maintenance and repair of your European car. Reason number 2, trust. We don't sell cars, so we are not going to present you with an outrageous repair estimate to try and get you to trade up to a new car. Our goal is to keep your current car performing at its peak for a price that fits your budget. We don't have a second agenda or an attitude. Call our service advisors at 312-432-9492 or book online at MidwestPerformanceCars.com today.
What's happening? What does it mean? Why is it important? We've got the answer. AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. It's their Brexit strategy. Britain's Prime Minister will next hour formally start the process voters approved to leave the European Union. Fox's Simon Owen, live in London.
Dave, Britain's ambassador to the European Union about to deliver a letter in Brussels formally stating that the UK is leaving. Brexit has divided people here, but British Finance Minister Philip Hammond calling for unity.
It's the moment when we put behind us the divisions and the questions of the past.
It's also a big moment for the EU. European Parliament member Manfred Weber saying Britain is taking the wrong path.
From our point of view, it's an historic mistake to do this whole exercise.
Today's notification beginning a 2-year exit period. Dave?
Simon, later today, British police officers will link hands with kids in a Muslim youth group on a Westminster bridge in solidarity. At the exact time, a terrorist drove into people 1 week ago, murdering 3, then stabbing a police officer to death before Khalid Massoud was shot and killed. ISIS called him one of their soldiers. President Trump has an energy plan.
One that celebrates American production on American soil.
Vowing to help bring coal jobs back. He signed an executive order to roll back limits on power plant emissions and other climate change-related regulations President Obama put in place, but environmentalists are threatening to sue. And
California Governor Jerry Brown and New York Governor Andrew Cuomo issued a joint statement that says dismantling critical climate programs is profoundly misguided and shockingly ignores basic science. They say it endangers public health.
That's Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. 2 anti-abortion activists have been charged in California over those controversial undercover videos they made claiming to show Planned Parenthood officials discussed harvesting and selling fetal tissue. The officials deny that, claiming the videos were deceptively edited. David Daleiden and Sandra Merritt face 15 felonies of invading privacy, filming without consent. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Good morning. 36 degrees in Chicago at 5:02 on AM 560 The Answer. I'm David Stewart. Look for fog this morning, clouds later on, a high of 50. President Trump continues to shine a spotlight on Chicago's violence problems. The president brought up the topic yesterday during a White House meeting with leaders of the Fraternal Order of Police, including Dean Angelo from Chicago.
I ask, what's going on in Chicago, right? What is going on? There's no excuse for it.
Angelo said he mentioned that officers need support so they can work towards stemming violence in the city. Mayor Emanuel today will unveil plans for a municipal ID card for people living illegally in Chicago. The mayor's office says he'll introduce the ordinance during a city council meeting that outlines his proposal. Illinois Senate Democrats pledging to fight a move by Governor Rauner to replace unionized nurses at state prisons with contract workers. The nurses got notices last week that their jobs will end in mid-June. Rauner says they will be offered jobs with the private contractor from out of state, and he says the move will save money.
They can drive more efficiency and more productivity through this. We believe that this move to contract providing of the nurses can save Illinois taxpayers, I think, is it about $8 million a year, I believe is the number.
State Senator Andy Menard says he's introducing legislation to protect the jobs of 124 union nurses who claim Rauner refused to bargain with them. Police say 4 DePaul students will be charged for illegally selling prescription drugs. They were arrested near the Lincoln Park campus after allegedly selling Xanax to undercover police. In sports, Blackhawks visit the Penguins tonight. The Bulls are in Cleveland Thursday. The news, the service of Staples. Staples has everything you need at low prices every day, like paper, ink and toner, office furniture, and technology. And right now, 5 ream cases of Staples multi-purpose paper, just $9.99. In store only. Limit 2 plus tax where applicable. Ends April the 1st. See store or staples.com for details. AM 560 News Time 5:04. Traffic in 2 minutes on AM 560. The Answer.
Do you own or run a business in Illinois that succeeded in this challenging economic environment? If so, we want to hear about it. AM 560's Business Tour 2017, presented by Signature Bank, will be highlighting business success stories. Tell us your story and be a part of a live broadcast of Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy. Find out more and submit your information at 560theanswer.com/business. That's 560theanswer.com/business.
You own or run a business. This is a conversation about one of those gotta-haves, fire and safety equipment. I know it's easy to set it and kind of forget it, except for the mandatory inspections. But think about faulty or ineffective fire and safety equipment. When something bad happens, the business stops. That's never a good thing, and something to avoid. Illinois Fire and Safety is offering you a free audit. Illinois Fire and Safety. If you have the right stuff, you can sleep well. If you don't, they can show you how to change that. It's a simple fact. Fire and Safety is their only business, and their guys are the best. They're trained well, and they think like you. From a single unit to a huge manufacturing facility, Illinois Fire and Safety can handle it. Do an audit. Fire and Safety is really something you don't want to roll the dice with. Illinois Fire and Safety, a company that shares the same values as you do. Let's do that fire and safety audit. 630-629-2413. I know it's sometimes hard to write down numbers, so here's where you can get it. IllinoisFire.com.
At 5:06 from the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center, here's Jim Talamonte.
Good morning, David. 8094 eastbound. Traffic is stop and go from Calumet Avenue in Munster to Klein Avenue. There's overnight road work there. 3 right lanes remain blocked. They should be knocked down to 1 right lane for the next hour, but at the moment it's still 3, and there are still delays starting around Calumet Avenue. The westbound side is just fine. Most of the other overnight issues have cleared up. No problems to report on the Edens, Kennedy, the Eisenhower. The Stevenson is fine. There's work on the outbound ride from 87th to the Split. 2 left lanes are blocked. No delays there, though. The other expressways and tollways are pretty clear, at least clear except for that fog. Visibilities are severely reduced in parts of the Chicago area down to a quarter mile. Traffic is a service of TrueCar. Using TrueCar, you can easily find the car you want. TrueCar users save an average of over $3,000 off MSRP when you're ready to buy a new or used car. Visit TrueCar to enjoy a more confident car buying experience. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next, but now the forecast, a service of aircomfort.com, providing the right climate for business since 1935. And here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
A dense fog advisory in effect for this morning. Today, fog will lift this morning, then it will remain mostly cloudy and breezy for the day with a high 50. Breezy tonight with periods of rain, low 39. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Lakefront 34 degrees, Midway 36, it's 35 at O'Hare. Next news 5:30. Get continuous coverage of the latest news, traffic, and weather at 560theanswer.com. Chicago's Morning Answer starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Lou Bridges Show. Get foreclosure defense solutions that may save your home. Saturday mornings at 8 on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're coming to you live this morning from Orcus Chocolate in scenic Palatine, Illinois, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. And Amy, I just found out one of the proprietors of this delectable establishment actually did a reception for me all the way back in 2010 when I ran for governor.
Oh, when you married yourself? Oh, when you ran for governor.
Different period of my life, yeah.
Oh, nice. Where was the reception and what kind of chocolates? Because I'd never say this, but Dan, you look so sweet. And I'm only saying that because there's a lot of sweetness around you. A lot of chocolate and yummy gummy bears and anything you can imagine.
Yes, they have supersized those turtles. Those that's what you call them, right?
Yes.
Those turtle candies that I love so much. So here's the thing that's great about that is this study that finds that eating chocolate for breakfast is good for your brain and
your waistline, right?
Correct. That's right.
So that's what you're going to do this morning?
This is the AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour on a health kick.
So you're going to get smarter and thinner as the morning progresses.
Look, don't believe the scientists. There was a study that took place at Syracuse University, the Orangeman. 968 people between the ages of 23 and 98 participated.
The 98-year-old, nothing else to do.
Yeah,
so
of
you
course.
participate in studies.
Well, why
the kids
not?
need the money.
If you're at the end of life, you want to eat chocolate cake for breakfast, sure.
That's the way I want to go out.
You have nothing to lose.
So the study followed the dietary habits, and what they learned is that chocolate has a positive effect on cognitive performance, and if you eat it regularly, it can improve your memory and abstract thinking, which is why going forward, when you arrive to the studio from now on, you'll find a big piece of chocolate cake on your desk.
That's right.
At the Tel Aviv University, this was peer-reviewed and confirmed, replicated results. Another study revealed something rather interesting. When the subjects ate chocolate cake every morning, it helped them to work. They also found that eating cake regularly just might help a person lose weight because your body converts food and energy more efficiently in the morning.
Oh, so if you're going to cheat and have, naughty items in your diet, do it in the morning rather than later at night. Because that's when a lot of people binge on chocolate.
Well, right. You have
at night when they're lonely and, kind of like you, alone at night and nothing
cursing
to do.
their existence. That's when you break out the chocolate cake. But it doesn't need to be that way. According to the study, it's important to eat chocolate before 9 o'clock in the morning. People who eat so if you're having your cornflakes now, get rid of those things and go get a candy bar. People who eat protein, carbohydrates, a 600-calorie dessert tend to lose more weight than those who ate a 300-calorie breakfast at a later time.
Seriously? Oh,
Look,
yeah, I'm looking at that study right there.
I'm not a scientist. I'm just reporting on the scientific findings, and who are you or anybody else to dispute what turns out to be an enjoyable conclusion
Wow.
Delivered to us from science. How about that?
So this is great. All right, so what event did they provide chocolate for you for? When you ran for governor?
No. It was a reception at one of the proprietors' homes.
Oh.
It wasn't so chocolate oriented. It was politics oriented.
So do you think Morcus Chocolates has the breakfast bar that they're offering today? Or could we get the ladies?
Yeah, well, you've got the turtles. You've got these
the high heel chocolate bar.
What do you call those?
The stiletto chocolates.
What do you call those? What do you call the popsicles? But it's like chocolate cake.
Oh, the pop cakes. Oh boy, that chocolate donut. Oh, there you
donuts.
go.
Yeah,
just similar to chocolate cake.
I'll tell you what, because it helps with the cognitive functioning. I'm going to let you have my donut too.
Oh, stop. That's rude. I'm a little foggy. Thank you.
Yeah, and I understand on the way in you met some of Palatine's finest.
Yeah, a police officer pulled me over literally 2 doors down and asked me what I was doing. And I said, well, clearly I'm speeding. I'm not. He said, well, you're going 62 and a 35. And I said, isn't that impressive? And I told him, I said, I work at AM 560. I'm co-host, Dan's a host.
Oh,
I need
you
to
dropped
get
my
there.
name. That's how
I totally dropped your name.
That's how you got
Showed him on my iPhone the location of Morcus Chocolate. And he said, oh, I know where that is. All right. Then he said, I just need to make sure that there's not a warrant out for your arrest. And I said, okay, fine.
Yeah.
My kids would probably want you to arrest me at this point in time in my life. But go find out if I have a warrant. But he was wonderful. I love Palatine.
If you had a nickel for every time you've heard somebody say that.
But I used to live in Palatine. We lived on Rimini Court. So I told him where I used to live, 134 Rimini, and he said, the mean streets of Palatine.
So he basically was just like, if you just stop talking, I'll let you go. Is that what he said?
No, I think he actually listens to the show.
Oh, does he?
So it's one of those courtesy, I got a warrant. But he asked me when the last time I had a speeding ticket, and I said, it's got to be 20, 30 years ago.
That's a lie.
No, it was that long ago, because I always get out of tickets.
Right. Oh, there you go, friends and listening audience. That's a day in the life of Amy Jacobson. What it's like to be Amy Jacobson, where the rule of law doesn't apply to you.
I'm driving the family van out there. That shows that you've got a giving heart, that you love others because you drive others in this big car.
So it was
kind of your 2-door sedan. That says you're selfish.
It's not 2 doors; it's 4 doors.
Oh, well, it looks like a 2-door.
It's a sports sedan. That's right. So you got a pity release, pity catch and release because of the.
I did, but I had my insurance ready. I had my hands, on the dashboard. I was all ready to go, and I should have had him pull into this parking lot, with the lights and the sirens blaring.
Yeah, your police escort that you get everywhere you go. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Morcus Chocolate in Palatine, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information. to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Forecast for today, it is going to be foggy near the lakefront and up in parts of Lake County, but that'll lift by early this morning. Then it'll be mostly cloudy and breezy, a high of 50 degrees. Tonight, some rain rolls through here and a low of 39. And tomorrow, it's going to be breezy with rain on and off throughout the day. Hopefully, we'll see the sunshine soon. Tomorrow, a high of 46 degrees. Let's get into our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. It's hard to see much in parts of the Chicago area this morning. See, some places where the visibility is down to around a quarter mile, so allow plenty of following distance. There are delays on 8094 eastbound from Calumet Avenue to Clyde Avenue. This is due to road work. Down to one right lane now closed there, and we're told some of the barrels are being picked up. But at the moment, there's still one right lane blocked, and that's still a significant delay starting at Calumet Avenue. Westbound, it's fine. Inbound ride getting a little heavy, 18th into downtown, just a 1 minute delay. Bishop Ford, slow 154th to the Steel Bridge, in part due to the reduced visibilities. 18 minutes, 8094 to the Rhine. The other expressways and tollways are okay for now. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
This is Dan Proff with 60 Seconds of Sanity, sponsored by Upstream-Ideas.com. Despite what some conservatives claim, journalism is not only not dead, it's better than ever. The charge of fake news, whether from the left or the right, is the verbal equivalent of a white flag on the battlefield of ideas. The person leveling that charge is almost invariably saying that they cannot defend their underlying position on the merits, and thus are using this dismissive phrase to cover their retreat. In fact, news is more authentic than ever. But what about the open hostility and manifest bias of the D.C. press corps? Would you rather the hostility and bias that has pervaded the D.C. press corps for generations preceding Trump continue to be covered by a patina of false congeniality and ersatz objectivity? In a recent article in the New Republic, allegedly the Thinking Liberals outlet, Leah Finnegan calls on the media to be the true opposition party to POTUS. Schumer and Pelosi just aren't hardcore enough. To that, conservatives should say, thank you, Miss Finnegan. Conservatives have long understood the Beltway media to be the opposition party. The fact the New Republic and other leftist outlets are stripping away their pretense of neutrality is conceding conservatives' point. That's called victory, and there's nothing fake about it.
March is National Sleep Awareness Month, and we all know how important a good night's sleep is to our health. Many of us have sleep-related issues, and our pillow is a major reason why. MyPillow has a March offer. Through March, you'll receive a 50% discount on the 4-pack. That's 2 premium MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows. With a MyPillow, you can move the patented fill to give you the exact support you need regardless of sleep position. You'll get into deep sleep faster and stay there longer. No waking up to a stiff neck or headache. They're manufactured in the U.S. and have a 10-year warranty. I love that it's washable and dryable, and it comes with a 60-day money-back guarantee. Get your 50% off the 4-pack by calling 800-489-0201 and use the promo code Amy. If you've been putting off purchasing a MyPillow, it's time to finally start getting a great night's sleep. I know I do. Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201 and use the promo code Amy for the 50% off 4-pack deal.
AM 560, The Answer.
Let not your heart be troubled. Listen to me, Sean Hannity. I'll have the latest news and what it all means for you. It's coming up at 2 right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy, coming to you live from Morcus Chocolate in Palatine, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
Yeah, how's your donut going down? They make them fresh here
Hot off the
every
presses.
day.
It's excellent.
I mean, really, everybody should come. The location, again, is 1890 North Rand Road in Palatine. And if you drive by here, go slow. Go the speed limit.
Yeah.
Officer Friendly is right around the corner to give you a police escort here or to give you a ticket. I don't know.
And now he's got to pull one more other driver over today to make up for letting you go. You're going to cost somebody else a ticket.
Nothing says, officer, I don't have time for a ticket. As we have a live show in 2 minutes. Can you just? I asked him to come with us or to come with me to Morcus Chocolate. He knew exactly where I was going. He said, "No, it's all right. I'll make sure you don't have a warrant and let you go." So,
yeah.
Thank you, officer. I love Palatine.
It's a nice moment, your interaction with law enforcement. So a controversy of sorts yesterday during the White House press briefing. The matter of the investigation into Russian collusion that has yet to produce a single shard of evidence.
Are you getting sick of it, though? This Russian collusion.
Well, I'm getting sick of the rinse and repeat
yes.
of the question and answer without the story advancing in any particular direction, but ultimately advancing towards conclusion. So this is just a kind of a daily pantomime, and Sean Spicer's getting sick of it. And that's what happened when he interacted at the press briefing with April Ryan, she of National Urban Radio. And this was that interaction when she raised the specter of the need to essentially refurbish the Trump administration's image because of the cloud it is under with respect to this investigation into their potential collusion with the Russians.
You've got Russia. If the president puts Russian salad dressing on his salad tonight, somehow that's a Russian connection. But every single person, that's I appreciate your agenda here, but the reality is, hold on. No, at some point report the facts. The facts are that every single person who has been briefed on this subject has come away with the same conclusion. Republican, Democrat, so I'm sorry that disgusts you. You're shaking your head. I appreciate it, but understand this, that at some point the facts are what they are.
And it started out, though, when she said to him, well, you don't look so happy, and that clearly offended him, and then he went into the, if he used Russian salad dressing, that would be a problem.
So you don't shake, go ahead and shake your head, go ahead, be disgusted. That was seen in certain leftist circles as somehow misogynistic, dismissive of a female journalist, preventing her from
African-American female journalist.
Well, okay.
I'm just saying they took it one step further, that he's being a little racist, and she's been there a long time, and she needs her respect because she has sat in that seat for so long.
So it's okay for him to berate Jonathan Karl from ABC News because he's a white male, but it's not okay to treat April Ryan the same way he would treat any other member of the press who he's sick of talking to. I mean, is that was that treatment and his frustration with her any different than his frustration with Jim Acosta or Jonathan Karl or any other member of the White House press corps? So
it's just the fact that she's an older African-American journalist who has been there for many presidents, and they thought that he should have treated her with more respect. But she kind of started it, when she said, well, you don't look so happy.
Well, right.
I don't know if she's trying to get featured on Saturday Night Live this weekend or what.
I just want to understand something from the left. So is everybody supposed to be treated equally, regardless of their gender and race? Or are people supposed to be treated differently? We're supposed to change how we interact with somebody based on their gender or race in the context of their professional duties. Here's Hillary Clinton. Yeah, I know, she's back.
She came out of the woods?
Yeah, she did. She spoke at some conference in San Francisco with pea hatters, and she had this to say about the April Ryan. She's so current. She's on top of things. She had this to say about the little flap earlier in the day between Spicer and April Ryan.
Just look at all that's happened in the last few days to women who were simply doing their jobs. April Ryan, a respected journalist with unrivaled integrity, was doing her job just this afternoon in the White House press room when she was patronized and cut off trying to ask a question.
The horror of it all. Oh, my good. Oh, heavens.
How could she go on?
The interesting thing is, to her credit, April Ryan wasn't offended.
No,
April Ryan is a professional. Hillary Clinton is a professional liar. I guess she's a professional
she's a
demagogue.
Professional capitalizer. She sees an opportunity and she takes it and turns it into a woman's rights issue.
Well, that's
when even the woman in question wasn't offended.
That's not an opportunity. That's sophistry. And here's April Ryan after that exchange on MSNBC with Katie Tour and the others talking about her confrontation, if you will, with Spicer earlier in the day.
I understand what Sean is doing. Sean is being the White House correspondent. White House press secretary. Sean is being the White House press secretary, talking about and trying to make this administration look better than what it does right now. And unfortunately, I was roadkill today.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was roadkill today. Whether you agree with...
Yesterday was Jonathan Karl. The day before that, it was, Kristen Welker from NBC News. I mean, every day something happens.
So a tense moment between a Trump administration representative and a member of the D.C. press corps. That's a real novelty. That never happens, as you said, except every single day. And again, April Ryan is a professional, which is why she took it in the context in which it actually occurred, which is Spicer doing his job and her attempting to do her job. So why does it have to become a race-gender thing? You know why? Because political hacks like Hillary Clinton have nothing else to offer. And the P-Hat posse, your friends, they have nothing else to offer either. It's just a victimology. And so that's what being a independent, strong, feminist female in the 21st century is. Manufacturing misogyny where it doesn't exist. Dan and Amy coming to you live. Mortgage Chocolate, Palatine, AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Is your website and marketing strategy helping your business to meet strangers? This is Brandon Wilson, and this is the Distant Horizon Internet Minute. Sometimes I feel like I'm in the twilight zone. Everyone is now familiar with WordPress and Salesforce and Constant Contact, but people are forgetting how to actually be marketers and salespeople. Can you run your business just on the people you already know? Of course not. The purpose of marketing is to meet strangers and to turn them into paying clients. At DistantHorizon.com, we can build any website, no matter how custom. And then we integrate that website with social, CRM, and marketing automation techniques to ensure that your business is constantly introducing itself to new prospects, not just sending templated newsletters to people you already know. We can change the DNA of your business so you take the technical stuff for granted and focus your thoughts on growth. Would you like to rethink your strategy? Well, it's easy, and it starts with a free consultation. Call me, Brandon Wilson, on my cell phone at 773-WEBSITE or visit DistantHorizon.com. That's 773-932-7483 and DistantHorizon.com.
Hi, I'm Todd Pals, owner of Homewood Bat Company, a top-quality baseball bat made right here in the Chicagoland area. Homewood Bat Company is all about using the best in materials and craftsmanship to create a truly remarkable baseball bat. I've been a client of Precision Payroll for a number of years, and when I started the Homewood Bat Company, I wanted them on my team. From working with me when I had 1,200 employees at another company, and now with less than 50, their service has been exceptional and their value is unrivaled. You want more runs in the game? Give Homewood Bat Company a look. You need a home run for your business? Precision Payroll should be the next call you make.
Thank you, Todd. It is so cool to see you make Americana. Precision Payroll would like to go to bat for you. Call me at 630-242-1507. That's 630-242-1507. Or on the web at precisionpayroll.com.
This is a life-changing message for anyone with sleep apnea who is on the go and tired of dragging around a big, bulky home CPAP device. Now there's finally a portable device that's as small as a soda can and weighs less than a pound. You can even add a battery that's as tiny as a deck of cards. It's the Transcend Mini CPAP. And right now, you can try Transcend absolutely risk-free for 10 days. So call now, 1-800-400-9121. Transcend is the world's first portable mini CPAP device. It gives you the freedom to sleep in total comfort anywhere you are. Our smallest and most advanced portable design ever, Transcend is so small and so light, you can fit it in your briefcase or purse to use anywhere you go. It's FAA compliant too, so you can even sleep comfortably while flying. Enjoy the freedom to sleep comfortably anywhere. To receive your 10-day in-home trial, call minicpap.com now. 1-800-400-9121. Again, that's 1-800-400-9121.
AM 560, The Answer. AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy coming to you live from Mortgage Chocolate and Palatine, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. Happy to be here this morning. I also was reminded by one of our followers on the Twitter.
The Twitter instead of the Instagram?
Yeah. Chocolate, in addition to improving cognitive performance, can also be an aphrodisiac.
Oh, okay.
So you may want to bring some home for your special someone. How's that sound? You think
you're going home for me after work today? I don't know if you got the memo, but you're going to the homestead today to take care of every sick person in the house. Okay?
I don't know how you think I'm doing, but I mean I'm promoting the cognitive.
Oh, okay.
Piece,
yes.
The cognitive benefits of chocolate. Now the benefits of chocolate with respect to your personal life.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of auditioning to be the Mortgage Chocolate spokesperson.
Oh. Nobody could sell chocolate like Dan Proft.
That's right.
Chocolate in the morning, chocolate in the afternoon, and chocolate at the evening.
You're right. The multi-purpose is of chocolate.
You know what I want to see? I want to see you in the kitchen. Will you guys let him make a donut or something? Sure. Oh, see? You can make yourself a giant turtle. You can make yourself the biggest chocolate turtle ever. Size of your head. Walk out of it. Throw it around like a Frisbee. Or make it so big it's like a manhole cover. Huh? That'll keep you trim and smart.
Yeah. I think that's a good idea. Maybe I will put the old apron on and get back there.
Oh, we could
Give
do
it a
like I
whirl.
Love Lucy. We could, do you have the chocolate assembly line? And we could make and dip and wrap our own candy.
All right, and you can be Ricky. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Morcus Chocolate in Palatine, AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
And we now join Dave Stewart, who's in for Mike Scott in our newsroom.
Thanks, Amy. Thanks, Dan. Good morning. 36 degrees in Chicago at 5:30 on AM 560. The Answer. Look for fog early, then partly cloudy with a high of 50. President Trump taking steps to start rolling back Obama-era regulations on the environment, including climate change.
The action I'm taking today will eliminate federal overreach, restore economic freedom, and allow our companies and our workers to thrive.
Trump said the action will lead to energy independence in the U.S., but environmental groups are planning a court challenge. Chicago aldermen will offer resolutions today opposing Trump's actions. The president is looking for bipartisan support from the U.S. Senate. At a dinner with senators, Trump said that he hopes the Democrats and Republicans can work together on national health care because they both have the same goals of bettering the country. A Republican panel is shutting down a Democratic request to get President Trump's tax returns released. The House Ways and Means Committee voted along party lines yesterday to reject a plan that would have 10 years of Trump's returns turned over to Congress. Mayor Emanuel says Chicago and other sanctuary cities are on firm legal ground to prevent the Justice Department from financially punishing them for not helping with deportation. Emanuel says the threat to take money is hollow since the Justice Department itself is having its budget cut.
And I find it a little ironic. They said they're going to cut or withhold monies on public safety. Did you look at the president's budget he introduced? He actually cut the Justice Department. So this is kind of like, in my view, a bit of a joke in that sense.
Emanuel says Chicago will remain welcoming to immigrants. Attorneys for former Congressman Aaron Schock say the federal government crossed the line when it used a staffer as an informant. Newly released court documents paint a picture of a staffer for Schock in his Peoria office wearing a wire and turning over a mountain of evidence. Schock is facing a trial this summer on charges he abused government and campaign spending accounts for his own gain. In sports, the Blackhawks in Pittsburgh to visit the Penguins tonight, Bulls in Cleveland tomorrow. In baseball, it was the Giants over the Cubs Tuesday 10-7. Royals are beat the Sox 7-4. News and service of TrueCar. Using TrueCar, you can easily find the car that you want. TrueCar users save an average of more than $3,000 off MSRP. When you're ready to buy a new or a used car, visit TrueCar to enjoy a more confident car buying experience. AM 560 News Time, 5:32. A check of traffic in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Mike Gallagher has a message to Republicans in Congress.
I'm trying to pace myself. I'm trying not to get too fired up over these Republicans who are pushing back and arguing and squabbling and what about this, what about that. You know, you are flirting with danger. Why don't you act like Democrats do once in a while and be unified?
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Revolutionary Arm & Hammer Slide Non-Stick Clumping Litter slides right out of the litter box with no scrubbing or scraping and provides the confidence of a 7-day odor-free home, guaranteed.
Hi, I'm attorney Stephen Leahy, and I help business owners, 1099 employees, and those with unfiled tax returns solve their IRS problems. And I'm also the host of the IRS Radio Hour.
And I'm Jim Leahy, the co-host of the IRS Radio Hour, heard right here every Sunday evening at 5 on AM 560.
The Answer. I know you want a local attorney you can look in the eye and hold accountable for solving your IRS problem, not some big box outfit without a Chicago connection. So today we have a special offer. A good night's sleep.
A good night's sleep? Are you trying to give away a pillow?
Great guess, Jim. But no, I want to help people solve the problems that are keeping them up at night. If you fear the IRS will take away your money, freeze your bank account, garnish your wages, visit your home or job, and now they can take away your passport. You need to hire me to solve your IRS problem for good.
Call attorney Stephen Leahy, your Chicago IRS answer man at 312-664-6649, 312-664-6649, and get the IRS out of your business and your life for good.
At 5:34 from the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center, here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, David. We're seeing delays still in northwest Indiana on 8094 eastbound. Roadwork still has one right lane closed. It's stop and go from Calumet Avenue to Klein Avenue, where that right lane is blocked. Everything is fine on the westbound side. There are some workers in that area clearing some barrels, and with reduced visibilities, be a little extra careful there. The Indiana Toll Road has no delays, despite plenty of construction in Porter County. The Edens is fine, so is the Kennedy. Inbound Eisenhower getting a little heavy past 25th. Inbound Stevenson, traffic slows, Cicero to Pulaski, then State Street to Lakeshore Drive. 36 minutes, 3:55 to the drive. Ryan is 17 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 21 minutes, I-80 to the merge. Bishop Ford at 20. Traffic is a service of Formerly Modern Tuxedo. Look your best on your wedding day in a designer suit or tux from Formerly Modern Tuxedo. You'll receive the best service, great prices, and they have locations in Chicago and the suburbs. Visit formerlymodern.com for the location near you. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
More of Chicago's Morning Answer next, but now the forecast, a service of aircomfort.com, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Fog lifting this morning, then mostly cloudy and breezy with a high of 50. Tonight, breezy with periods of rain, a low 39. And for tomorrow, breezy with periods of rain continuing, a high of 46. Right now, it's 35 degrees at O'Hare. Next news, 6 o'clock. Continuous coverage of the latest news, traffic, and weather at 560theanswer.com. Now, more of Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Advanced Planning Advisors, bringing you Smart Money Talk with Mike Moylan and Rob Curvin, Saturday mornings at 6.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy, and we are at Marcus Chocolate in Palatine, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. Stuffing our faces with chocolate.
Well, they have homemade donuts. I mean, this donut is still warm. And I don't like sweets, but this is pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen, but...
Come on over to our side. You know.
To the dark side.
Well,
yeah, there's that study out that says if you eat chocolate, you become smarter and you'll have a thinner waistline.
You got to do it before 9 a.m. because that's when your body best converts intake to energy, and it improves your cognitive ability. So
I should just be sucking back chocolate now on a daily basis.
Yeah. Have half a dozen chocolate donuts, a big slice of cake, a couple of turtles, a toffee bar before you start your day. That's
or
the way
a
to
pop
start
cake.
the day.
Take it on a little lollipop to go. Those are called pop cakes, by the way.
So news yesterday on the Gorsuch nomination for Supreme Court. Mitch McConnell, he is the Senate Majority Leader, don't you know? He said that Neil Gorsuch will be confirmed to the United States Supreme Court on April 7th. So mark your calendars and synchronize your watches. April 7th, guaranteed, he'll be on the floor of the Senate next week and confirmed on Friday, said Mitch McConnell. Now, there's a little bit of a wrinkle here, so this is where it gets fun. Mm-hmm. Chris Coons was on Morning Joe. He's the Democrat from Joe Biden land. And he said this about whether or not the Democrats are going to have the requisite support for the filibuster that Senate Minority Leader Pagliacci has said he wants to effect.
He'll get an up or down vote. Senator Schumer, our minority leader, has said it's going to be a 60-vote margin, and I doubt he's going to get 60 votes.
So doesn't have 60 votes, is not converting 8 of those red state Democrats up for re-election. That's according to both Schumer and Chris Coons.
Yeah, Schumer and Mitch McConnell both spoke yesterday and had varying different opinions.
We're going to get Judge Gorsuch confirmed. There'll be an opportunity for the Democrats to invoke cloture. We'll see where that ends, but it'll be really up to them how the process to confirm Judge Gorsuch goes forward.
It's going to be a real uphill climb for him to get those 60 votes. It's such an important position, it should have bipartisan buy-in. If a nominee can't meet the 60-vote standard, you don't change the rules.
But remember when Sonia Sotomayor was up in the confirmation
the
hearing,
Latina.
and Mitch McConnell, Senator Mitch McConnell at the time said, you know what, it's the president's choice, and it should be the president's choice. And there was no real fight. But now they're fighting because they're still crying and licking their wounds over Merrick Garland.
So there's a few things that are happening. The Gorsuch team is not laying back on their laurels. They're pursuing a no stone unturned campaign, the Washington Examiner reports. He's already had some meetings with 72 senators before the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing on his nomination began. Now they're, with communications professionals, working on outreach to specific senators, governors, attorney generals to land additional endorsements. Working with the White House, Senate leadership, and a host of outside groups, we will continue to lay out a common-sense case for an up or down vote on the judge. Obviously, our strategy depends on Democrat senators rejecting the irresponsible politics of their liberal base to get the Supreme Court back to work. That is Rob Collins, who's a strategic advisor to the White House on the confirmation battle, commenting on the approach that the Gorsuch team is taking. Chuck Grassley is going to speak in support of Gorsuch in front of the Supreme Court on Wednesday, today, alongside some of Gorsuch's former law clerks and fellow GOP Judiciary Committee members, including Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz, Mike Lee, and others. And on Thursday, House Judiciary Committee members will hold a similar event on the steps of the Supreme Court, boosting Gorsuch's nomination, so that they're putting the pressure on and continuing to make the case for Gorsuch. Now, something else that's interesting in terms of pressure on these senators, particularly those red state Democrats, for example, Manchin in West Virginia.
Yeah.
The NRA is saying essentially anybody who votes against Gorsuch, and that includes trying to filibuster him, will be targeted for defeat. So now you've got red state
money.
Well, but also too, you've got red state Democrat senators who otherwise have decent to good records on guns, who are being told they can't count on the NRA support this time around if they go along with Senate Minority Leader Pagliacci. So that's an important development.
Damaging to their campaigns and to their reelection.
That's it. And here's the other thing that's happening too. Did you hear this story about Pagliacci?
I love your Pagliacci.
Thank you. He's in a Manhattan restaurant.
Let's set the scene.
This
Table
was
for two.
Reported, yeah. I think he's more like the lonely guy. Table for one. He's at a Manhattan restaurant. This is the New York Post, page 6, reporting. He is dining at an upscale eatery.
Candlelight. Is there mood music on?
I don't know.
Should we dim the lights?
He ran into Joe Califano Jr. and his wife.
Hey, Joe Califano! Hey!
Yeah, and he saw...
Joey, come and sit down. Pull up a chair.
He ran into him, and he began to denigrate his culture with a terrible caricature of Italians. That's exactly what happened. It's weird.
Chuck Schumer's got a New York accent. Hey, Joey, come on.
Yeah.
Right.
And then Califano responded by impugning Schumer's Jewish heritage with a bad impersonation as well. It's almost like you were there. That's not quite what happened.
Okay, what really happened?
Although it's actually worse in a sense.
All right.
So Joe Califano was Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare under Jimmy Carter. So he's
got a little big. He's up there in age.
He's a little long in the tooth. But he's a high-profile Democrat. He was an advisor to LBJ.
Oh, my. How old is this guy? 102? Hey, Joey.
But his wife...
Is 35 and newly augmented, ready to go?
No.
Huh? She's fine-tuned.
She is a New York socialite.
Oh, excuse me. Well,
like
yes.
I am a Chicago socialite in that sense of the word.
That's right.
And she is a Republican.
Oh.
So according to the New York Post, Schumer felt enraged and betrayed by Hillary Califano's vote for Trump and started screaming at her in the restaurant.
What?
Yeah, this is a kind
What
of
was he yelling at her?
thug that Pagliacci is. Witness
Can we do
explained.
a reenactment?
Schumer started yelling, "She voted for Trump." And the Califanos left the restaurant, but Schumer followed them outside.
Oh, that's assault.
What? Well,
Well, it's threatening.
How could you vote for Trump? He's a liar. Schumer was screaming at them. He's a liar. One of the witnesses told Page 6, Senator Schumer was really rude. He's our senator, and I don't really like him. Yes, I voted for Trump. Schumer joined us outside, and he told me Trump was a liar. She added that I should have... Oh, this is Califano. Excuse me. Califano confirmed the exchange. This is her describing what happened. Califano added, I should have told him that Hillary Clinton was a liar, but I was so surprised that I didn't say anything.
Yeah, you're in shock at sometimes. Then you go into survival mode, and the best thing to do is just leave the situation. But for him to follow them out into the restaurant, those are fighting words. Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
Did anybody get out the baseball bits?
Right, another
Joey
Italian
at
slur. Yes. No, they just continued with the Italian slurs. Because every person of Italian heritage is a mobster.
No, they're not. No, they're not. I did not say that.
Okay. I'm just
I
saying.
did not imply that.
I mean, it's bad enough the Califanos had to have their dinner interrupted by Chuck Schumer. Now they have to have their heritage denigrated by you.
Stop it. It's bad enough Chuck Schumer chased an elderly man. I mean, he's got about, 101, 102 years old out the door? Somebody who served with LBJ?
If I would have seen Chuck Schumer at a restaurant
Screaming at an elderly
accosting
person?
a couple of senior citizens, and I would have
Called security, first of all, right? Or would have you handled it yourself?
I would have done my Val Kilmer as Doc Holliday in Tombstone. Chuck, I'll be your Huckleberry. Why don't we take it outside, big shot? You think you were crying over Trump's executive order? Wait till I get through with you.
Oh, my gosh.
Are you done? Are you done insulting the Califanos?
I'm done.
Dan and Amy, you're not done. You just can't help yourself.
I can't stop.
Dan and Amy coming to you live from Morcus Chocolate in Palatine Park for AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
If you're talking about it, Dan and Amy are talking about it. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Forecast for today, fog. Are you okay there? Okay. Fog will lift after this morning rush hour. Of course, it's really foggy near the lakefront and in Lake County, pretty much everywhere. But then it'll be mostly cloudy and breezy the rest of the day, a high of 50 degrees. Tonight, some rain, a low of 39. And tomorrow, no sunshine. Sorry, it's going to be breezy with periods of rain, a high of 46 degrees. Let's get those travel times. And if the fog is causing any major delays on the roadways, here's Jim Telemonte in our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Thanks, Amy. Good morning. Good morning, Dan. 8094 eastbound is really jammed. Calumet Avenue to Kennedy Avenue. This is due to road work. Back to two right lanes blocked in the area now near Kennedy Avenue. So pretty big jam in that stretch on the eastbound side. Westbound, it's all clear. Edens is good. No problems Freeport on the Kennedy. Inbound Eisenhower, a little sluggish. First Avenue to Des Plaines Avenue. It's 31 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound fine at 29. Stevenson, 38 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 18 minutes, 95th to downtown. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Rolling hills and beautiful prairie views. You can take it all in when you play golf at Golf Club of Illinois in Algonquin. Play at one of the finest courses in Illinois with a special seasonal deal from ChicagoRadioDeals.com. Now, the Golf Club of Illinois is a classic link-style course featuring high grasses, treacherous sand bunkers, and strategically placed mounds on each hole. Now, this course is a stern test for all skill levels and is consistently ranked among the top 10 public courses to play by Chicagoland Golf. So find out why Golf Club of Illinois is a secret favorite for those looking for a unique, challenging round of golf. Play with your favorite foursome of golf buddies or for only $95, and that includes cart, and it's usually almost a $200 deal. Or for the dedicated golfer, tee up the preferred player membership, normally $380, only $165, and that includes discounted rates for rounds of golf, cart, and 2 bonus rounds of golf during the 2017 season. For more warm weather deals, just visit ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
if you have pain, listen up,
Sorry about
Dennis
a minute.
Prager here. You don't need to live in pain. Let me repeat that. You don't have to live in pain. Chronic pain is the worst, whether it's from an accident or pain that just develops. So, Chicagoland, you're in luck. Dr. Ken Candido is one of the nation's most respected and successful pain doctors. He's been voted one of Chicago's best pain doctors several times. Bottom line, he's the pain doctor you need. Dr. Candido of Chicago Anesthesia and Pain Specialists will help you get off pain medication and all of its side effects. How? By finding the source of your chronic pain and fixing it.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. Let's make you pain-free.
Call Dr. Ken Candido and make an appointment with a cutting-edge, respected, and successful pain physician. Go to mypainchicago.com. That's mypainchicago.com. Thousands have been helped with their chronic pain, and you can be the next one. Get the phone number and all the info you need at mypainchicago.com.
Mimi Yervi and the Chicago Symphony Orchestra return to Edmund Memorial Chapel at Wheaton College Friday, April 21st. The program opens with Arvo Pärt's Fratre, followed by Bartók's first violin concerto featuring CSO concertmaster Robert Chen. Closing the program is Beethoven's Pastoral Symphony. Don't miss the CSO at Edmund Memorial Chapel at Wheaton College Friday, April 21st. For tickets, visit cso.org.
Hi, it's Tony Gatliff, host of Military Resource Radio, where we strive to connect, inspire, and enlighten veterans, active duty service members, and civilians alike to amazing resources, service organizations, and benefits. We also talk about current military news and events, the real estate and mortgage process, and, well, a little bit of everything. Join me each week for Military Resource Radio on the BBMC Mortgage Radio Network and visit our website at militaryresourceradio.com.
Military Resource Radio, Sunday mornings at 9 on AM 560, The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, not getting much reaction to the Gorsuch nomination. People aren't that interested in that, but they are interested in Amy's awful caricature of persons of Italian descent. Text from 847, hey, Amy, you got a problem? Not for nothing, but we can make you disappear.
Make sure the lug nuts are fastened on my car.
There you go. Tweet from Kevin Rooney, you may want to cut Amy off the chocolate for a while. And Tony from the South Side also wants to weigh in. Tony, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Dan. Good morning, Amy. Listen, Amy, fella, Yola, love you, but listen, if you're going to do the Italian caricatures and malign my heritage, what you need to know is some facts. So that Mook Pagliacci, when he chased him out, the good lady out the door, they would have took a baseball bat there. What they would have done is what we in our culture say, revenge is a dish best served cold. It may happen next week, a month from now, but I guarantee you, if it was going to happen, it wasn't going to happen then. I just wanted to let you know that, okay?
So Tony, you're saying that what'll happen is Chuck Schumer will buy a pink Cadillac, and then somebody's going to get in the back seat with an ice pick or garroted, and he's going to be found under an underpass somewhere.
I don't know. I must say not.
Accidents happen. We live in an accident-prone society, is what you're saying, Tony.
Maybe.
That's all you're saying. I'm not saying nothing.
Oh, now you're doing it. All for nothing, huh?
Thanks for the
Why
call,
you busting
Tony.
my onions over here?
We'll insult people of other heritages later on in the show. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Morcus Chocolate and Palatine, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
The success of a mid-sized business often comes down to one thing: managing your cash flow. I'm Ann Dollagall, Treasury Management Executive at Signature Bank. At Signature Bank, we take a personalized and proactive approach to structuring your cash management solutions to keep your financial assets safe and working for you. Our automated accounts receivable and accounts payable technology allows your business to grow without adding to your overhead expenses. And what truly sets Signature Bank apart is our personal approach. We get to know your business by rolling up our sleeves to work alongside you. Call me today for a review of your company's operational challenges.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that this product works. I even recommended it to my mother, and she's been taking it, and she's 89 years old.
Makes me feel good. It really does. I could feel a change in my well-being, let's put it that way.
So far, it has helped my irritable bowel. So I'm just praying that it just keeps going, because you don't know, this was a dreadful thing. Dreadful.
Balance of Nature is celebrating its 20th anniversary by providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
Balance of Nature, you guys are awesome. God bless you.
When you think about spring, what comes to mind? Baseball, tulips, spring cleaning? How about cleaning up your home? Hi, Amy Jacobson here to tell you about our good friends at CertaPro Painters. Spring has arrived, and it's a great time to focus on your exterior painting. Don't deny how ugly it is. You know, the chipping, peeling, eyesore of a front porch. So do what I did and call CertaPro Painters now. 1-800-GO-CERTA or visit CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. They really are the best in the business. They're clean, responsible, talented. They increased our property values. They're such a top-notch company. They've been around for 25 years and counting. So do what I did and experience the CertaPro difference. 1-800-GO-CERTA or CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. CertaPro Painters, we do painting, you do life.
Are all insurance agents the same? Well, I'd like to think I will work a little harder to give you the personal touch you need when it comes to protecting your family and hard-earned assets. My name is Tom Murray, and I'm an agent with Allstate Insurance, and we take our motto very seriously. You are, in fact, in good hands with us. I'm a longtime listener of AM 560. We have much in common, and believe me when I say I share your values and concerns. And I have never earned less than a 5-star rating with every single social media venue like Google, Yelp, and others because I deal directly with you and your concerns. Call me, Tom Murray, directly, and let's see if we can save you some money and make sure that the insurance you have on your life, auto, home, and health is the right coverage for you. Give me 15 minutes, and if I can't save you some money, I'll give you a $10 gift card to Starbucks. 847-380-1590 or Google Tom Murray Allstate and visit my website. 847-380-1590. That's 847-380-1590.
From the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center now, a check of the traffic, and here's Jim Talamonte.
Thank you, David. 8094 eastbound traffic is stop and go from Calumet Avenue to Kennedy Avenue. This is due to road construction that has now cleared, so the delays are slowly dissipating. It's not nearly as bad as it was just a few minutes ago. The Edens is delay-free. The Kennedy's still all right. Not Eisenhower, heavy 25th Avenue to Des Plaines Avenue. 32 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound fine at 29. Inbound Stevenson, traffic's jamming up First Avenue to Harlem with a crash in the 2 right lanes. Looking at 42 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan is 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 22 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop Ford 19. Traffic is a service of TrueCar. Using TrueCar, you can easily find the car you want. TrueCar users save an average of over $3,000 off MSRP. When you're ready to buy a new or used car, visit TrueCar to enjoy a more confident car buying experience. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
And now your forecast, a service of aircomfort.com, providing the right climate for business since 1935. And here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Since fog for the morning, otherwise a mostly cloudy and breezy day, high of 50 for tonight. Breezy with periods of rain, low 39. Rain continuing tomorrow with a high 46. Then a bit of rain in the evening, otherwise an overcast night tomorrow night with a low 39. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Lakefront 34, Midway 36, 35 degrees now at O'Hare. In the news, we're under a dense fog advisory, so Driving requires some caution. Flyers should check for possible delays. 2 Chicago police officers and a 17-year-old boy are injured after a crash on the northwest side. Police say the boy was driving last night when he blew a stop sign and hit a squad car near Grand and Mango Avenues. The collision sent the police car into a commercial building. All 3 victims are in stable condition. Police are looking for a man who escaped from a hospital after a chase involving a stolen car in Aurora. Authorities say officers were chasing Billy Cole Jr. when he crashed into a traffic signal pole near Route 25 in Ashland. The suspect was arrested and taken to the hospital for observation. He remained in custody, but then he ran off yesterday. Immigration activists are expressing fear after a man was shot by federal immigration agent this week on the city's northwest side. Protesters held a rally yesterday outside the home on West Grand Avenue, where the shooting happened Monday. ICE agents were trying to arrest someone when the victim pointed a weapon at them, causing one agent to open fire. The head of Chicago's police union says the president talked about violence in the city and what needs to be done. In a meeting yesterday, Dean Angelo said the president asked him what's going on in Chicago, but Dean Angelo says Trump promised to support officers 100%. In sports, the Blackhawks visit the Penguins tonight. The Bulls are in Cleveland Thursday. In baseball yesterday, Giants over the Cubs 10-7. Royals beat the Sox 7-4. The news, the service of Jewel Osco. Shop Jewel Osco for sweet savings on 6-ounce blackberries, just 77 cents each. USDA choice boneless New York strip steaks, any size package that is, just $5.99 a pound. Limit 10 steaks. 16-count White Castle burgers, only $7.99 each. Limit 4. More of Chicago's Morning Answers coming up next. It's 35 degrees in Chicago. WIND Chicago. Now more from Fox News.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. They're like divorce papers. What the British are about to deliver to the European Union, officially starting the Brexit. Fox's Simon Owen, live in London.
Dave, in the next few minutes, Britain's ambassador to the EU is to deliver a letter to EU President Donald Tusk making Brexit official. Pro-Brexit campaigners like Nigel Farage of the UK Independence Party are celebrating.
We're getting back control of our country, and in future, we will be in charge.
But there's a warning from Brussels that exit negotiations will be tough. European Parliament member Manfred Weber.
We are looking forward for a hopefully positive outcome in a kind of a mission impossible which is ahead of us.
Today's notification expected to be followed by at least 2 years of talks on issues like trade and immigration. Dave?
Simon, the federal judge who blocked President Trump's revised travel ban will hear arguments today on extending his order until Hawaii's lawsuit is resolved. But even if Judge Watson does not extend it, the hold stays in place until he removes it or an appeals court lifts it. The president wants to halt travel from 6 predominantly Muslim countries deemed terror threats, hoping for similar success blocking an executive order. Environmentalists are threatening to sue to stop President Trump rolling back Obama-era climate change-related regulations like curbs on power plant emissions.
This executive order isn't about energy security. It is about climate denial.
That's Democratic Senator Ed Markey. The president said when signing it,
we're going to continue to expand energy production, and we will also create more jobs in infrastructure, trucking, and manufacturing.
There's a chance of nasty weather today, including possible tornadoes in Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas, where storms brought heavy rain yesterday and huge hail.
It was hand-sized. It was like a baseball. There's a picture of my son holding them, and it literally took up 2 of his hands. That's how big that they were.
3 storm chasers were killed when their vehicles collided at a crossroad near Spur, south of Lubbock, Texas. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Do you own or run a business in Illinois that succeeded in this challenging economic environment? If so, we want to hear about it. AM 560's Business Tour 2017, presented by Signature Bank, will be highlighting business success stories. Tell us your story and be a part of a live broadcast of Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy. Find out more and submit your information at 560theanswer.com/business. That's 560theanswer.com/business.
Christine, thanks for the Easter basket you sent me. It has all my favorite candies and a stuffed bunny rabbit.
Surprise the little ones in your life with personalized plush Easter baskets from Personal Creations. Each plush animal Easter basket comes filled with free candy and a free stuffed bunny, all for $19.99. Plus, you can have it personalized with any name for free. To get this special Easter deal, go to personalcreations.com. Click the orange star in the upper right corner and enter the secret code 4545. That's personalcreations.com, secret code 4545.
Men, if you're like me, you appreciate the feeling of a smooth, clean shave, but you're tired of paying $32 for new blades. Stop messing around with those generic razors and start shaving with Harry's for half the price. Harry's is so confident in the quality of their blades, they'll send you their most popular shave set, shaving cream, and post-shave balm for free when you cover shipping, a total value of $20. Just go to harrys.com now and enter code 0707 at checkout to redeem your shave set. That's harrys.com, code 0707.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Turnkey IT, giving you the freedom to focus on your business while they handle the technical stuff. Turnkey IT.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're coming to you live from Morkish Chocolate in Palatine. Oh, yeah. It's a raucous crowd. They're all hopped up on chocolate. Part of our AM 560 signature business tour. And, Amy, the number to call into our show.
312-642. Oh, yeah, 312-642-5600 is our Turnkey.pro answer line.
Turnkey.pro text line 64636DA. Are you impressed by the therapy that Paul Ryan and his GOP caucus mates are going through to try and rescue their relationship? Paul Ryan and the caucus met yesterday. Some of the early indications were that, and this is also from President Trump, saying that health care replacement bill, deal to replace Obamacare, not dead. In fact, according to President Trump, it may reappear very quickly. Also, members of the House Republican caucus, including the Freedom Caucus, saying they're still working on the topic while they pursue other policy items on the president's/House Republican policy agenda.
Yeah, and here's President Trump late last night, probably just a few hours ago, saying that health care reform is not DOA.
I know that we're all going to make a deal on health care. That's such an easy one. So I have no doubt that that's going to happen very quickly. I think it will, actually. I think it's going to happen. Because we've all been promising, Democrat, Republican, we've all been promising that to the American people. So I think a lot of good things are going to happen there.
That's the sanguine President Trump with the can-do attitude, saying things that turn out to be a little bit more difficult than initially conceived.
Right. Just words, no action. But at least, he's trying to promote a new legislation.
Well, he's keeping the idea alive that a deal could get done, and so are members of the House Republican caucus. So he's not throwing up his hands, which is good because he shouldn't throw up his hands, number one. And number two, they need to get a deal done on Obamacare replacement before the 2018 midterms, in my opinion. So those are encouraging words, as were some of the words spoken by Paul Ryan after he met with his caucus, talking about, breaking down barriers. Trust falls and the like.
So we're not going to retrench into our corners or put up dividing lines. Today, we broke down many of those dividing lines within our conference. There's too much at stake to get bogged down in all of that. We're going to move forward on the things the American people sent us here to do. Today, the House is going to act on another Congressional Review Act measure to reverse bad regulations.
And there is movement afoot on a number of fronts. Nothing is static, and it's not just kind of one track when you're talking about the United States Congress and the president and trying to move as ambitious of an agenda as they have laid out, respectively. And then, Paul Ryan, he sounded like he had just been to a marriage counselor. Like just the verbiage that he used. We're breaking down barriers. We're opening up lines of communication.
That sounds counselor talk.
Yeah, we're speaking very honestly. He also started rhyming. We're not going to be an opposition party. We got to be a proposition party.
Since I became Speaker, I have talked about the need to go from being an opposition party to being a proposition party and a governing party. It may take a little bit more time, but we're certainly listening, and we're going to get there. The way I would just describe the meeting we just had with our members is we are all going to work together and listen together until we get this right. It is just too important. Obamacare is a collapsing law. Obamacare is doing too much damage to families. And so we're going to get this right. And in the meantime, we're going to do all of our other work that we came here to do.
So, look, here's the translation. We're still very much in love, and we're putting the kids first.
That'll be $300.
I mean, isn't that's kind of the way it sounded?
No, yeah. And I watched him yesterday, too, and he just seemed a little, he was laughing a little bit when he was making the rhyme. I thought next he'd start reading Green Eggs and Ham by Dr. Seuss. But I just think, he's got to do what he can to keep healthcare reform bill alive and to try and work with both sides. Because if the Freedom Caucus doesn't go along, there is no reform.
Well, and it's an important note that he struck. It is an important unity note to hear from the leader of the House, and that's what he is. He's the leader of the caucus in the House. And whereas Trump has sent some shots across the bow of the Freedom Caucus, Ryan has resisted. He wants to be the Speaker of a unified party.
I don't want us to become a factionalized majority. I want us to become a unified majority. And that means we're going to sit down and talk things out until we get there. And that's exactly what we're doing.
He's in it for the long haul.
Yeah. Do you think he'll remain Speaker of the House?
Yes.
So that whole Judge Jeanine Pirro show demanding that he step down right away was just
there is no
fake news.
There is no coup afoot. And even if the Trump White House wanted to see Paul Ryan replaced, which I don't think they do at this point, but even if they did, there still is no coup afoot. You've seen pretty good indication from some of the holdouts within the Freedom Caucus, and frankly some of the moderates like Charlie Dent from Pennsylvania, that they disagree. They don't think the bill is worthy of their support, but that's not the same thing as saying they've personally lost confidence in Paul Ryan's leadership. Those are two very different things. There's a disagreement over an important piece of legislation, and then there's the feeling that this is a person incapable of leading our caucus. I just don't think we're anywhere near that with respect to Paul Ryan. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Morcus Chocolate in Palatine, part of the AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM 560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Coming up later, President Trump declines an invitation to throw out the first pitch. We'll tell you what team and why. But first, here's your forecast for today. Fog everywhere. It's like pea soup out there, especially if you're along the lakefront and in Lake County. It should be lifting later this morning. Then it will have mostly cloudy skies, breezy, a high of 50 degrees. Tonight, we're going to have some rain, a low of 39. And tomorrow, breezy with periods of rain on and off throughout the day, 46. And Friday, damp in the morning, otherwise mostly cloudy, breezy. But we should see the sun, we hope, by Saturday. Let's get into the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Anything hopeful there on the roadways? Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Amy. Good morning. Good morning, Dan. Things are clear on the Eden, so that's good news. On the inbound Kennedy, it's slow from the River Road Toll to Cumberland, 22 minutes. So here to downtown, outbound fine at 20. Inbound Eisenhower, it's about a 5 or 6 minute delay now from Manheim to Harlem. Outbound still okay. On the Stevenson, a crash at Harlem quickly moved to the right shoulder, so that's good news. Looking at 42 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 24 minutes. I-80 to the merge. Bishop Ford is 18. The tollways are fine in South Elgin. Got a fire blazing, a multi-alarm blaze just off the intersection of Spring and McLean. The intersection is open at this point. There are several fire agencies responding, so allow plenty of room and avoid the area if you can. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
This is Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity, sponsored by Upstream-Ideas.com. Despite what some conservatives claim, journalism is not only not dead, it's better than ever. The charge of fake news, whether from the left or the right, is the verbal equivalent of a white flag on the battlefield of ideas. The person leveling that charge is almost invariably saying that they cannot defend their underlying position on the merits, and thus are using this dismissive phrase to cover their retreat. In fact, news is more authentic than ever. But what about the open hostility and manifest bias of the D.C. press corps? Would you rather the hostility and bias that has pervaded the D.C. press corps for generations preceding Trump continue to be covered by a patina of false congeniality and ersatz objectivity? In a recent article in the New Republic, allegedly the Thinking Liberals outlet, Leah Finnegan calls on the media to be the true opposition party to POTUS. Schumer and Pelosi just aren't hardcore enough. To that, conservatives should say, thank you, Ms. Finnegan. Conservatives have long understood the Beltway media to be the opposition party. The fact the New Republic and other leftist outlets are stripping away their pretense of neutrality is conceding conservatives' point. That's called victory, and there's nothing fake about it.
Raj Shah, host of Secure Retirement Radio.
I spoke to one person and, I asked him a simple question is, what do you want to do with your retirement? And he said, I want to protect it. because if it does go down and not come back, do you have enough time in the market to recover those losses?
Tune in for Secure Retirement Radio with Raj Shah, Chicago's safe money strategist. Sunday mornings at 7 here on AM 560, The Answer.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do.
Know someone being bullied online? You can be a witness and make a difference by letting the world know it isn't cool and by letting your friend know you care. Learn more at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
AM 560, The Answer.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy TSA back in the news, and not one of those attaboy stories, as is usually the case with TSA. It's a bizarre story, or a story like, if you remember from a couple years ago, the internal safety check they did, performance check they did, and 95% of the verboten items, the illicit items that essentially mystery shoppers tried to get through the security checkpoints, they actually got through. Kind of a disturbing failure rate, 95%. And then you've had these incidents where people get groped. And so this latest one is TSA agents at DFW International Airport in Dallas with respect to a young man who has a sensory processing disorder and the protocol they went through to screen him.
Yeah, it's called SPD. That's the neurological disorder that he has, and he said that, you know, the TSA claims that he had a laptop that alarmed the system, so they pulled him over to give him an extra pat down. And remember, earlier this month, TSA, they started this more invasive pat down. So it's uniformity across the board. This is how you're going to pat people down. No exceptions. If they're children, if they're adults, if they're elderly people in wheelchairs. And the kid, Aaron Williamson, did not like it whatsoever.
Whenever this officer was touching me in certain areas, I was taught that nobody should touch you in that area.
And did you see the video? I mean, they were pretty thorough. They patted his chest, the front and the back, then flipped him around and patted his chest, the front and back again, and then went up his thighs and back down and got, into his pockets and around his waistband. And he thought that he did something wrong.
Whenever I was getting patted down, I never knew what I actually did wrong.
But because of his SPD condition, when he's touched in places that he's not used to being touched, he breaks out in a rash. And that's why his mother was upset, because he had a rash over part of his face and on his chest.
This man needed to get his hands off of my child. I think that was my gut reaction. It was excessive. When he opened his waistband, that outraged me.
It was uncomfortable to watch. And I can't imagine if that's your own child or grandchild.
So the mother of this kid disputes that he set off any alarms. She said he physically did not alarm at all during screening. He passed through the detector just fine. And then he's still there several hours later saying, I don't know what I did. What did I do? I'm livid. They were at the screening point, the screening checkpoint, for 45 minutes. They missed their flight. Then you had 2 Dallas police officers that were called to the scene, mostly to essentially reassure the mom that everything was fine or going to be fine. I watched the video of this TSA agent screening this kid.
It's 2 minutes long, by the way.
And I gotta say, I mean, I don't think this guy is like a molester, this TSA agent or anything, but it is absurd. The pat down of this kid is absurd.
But have you ever been through an excessive pat down since they? I mean,
I always request one.
No. I mean, I was flying that Saturday that they started this new system, and they randomly buzz people out, and they really. I mean, I felt like I was getting a back rub. Honestly, I mean, she was really patting me down everywhere, and I thought, okay, well, this is fine because I'm an adult. This is nice. This is great. But
you
for
missed
children,
the spot.
if it's security over freedom. I mean, do you want to be secure? Because TSA saying terrorists are determined to bring down an American plane, and that they will stop at nothing and use children to do it.
Yeah.
So that's why this new, more invasive pat down started taking place earlier this month.
Right. In fact, what we've actually seen is terrorists going low tech. renting a car and driving into a crowd of people, using knives and machetes. So we're, it's kind of a situation where we're always fighting the last war, the last incarnation of terrorism. Then we focus on that, the shoe bomber, so everybody takes off their shoes. And I'm not saying that that there isn't the need for, frankly, better TSA screening per their failure from 2 years ago, when 95% of those illicit items got through an internal security check, a quality control check. But there's this thing. This repeats itself over and over again throughout our culture. This thing of judgment. We have rules, therefore we cannot exercise judgment. We just blindly follow the rules. Well, the rules are such that they can't contemplate every contingency that you're going to interact with respect to dealing with human beings. And so you've got this kid, whether his laptop set off some kind of alarm or not, going through the screening, which again, his mom says it did not. Okay, so take the laptop apart as needed. If you watch,
don't take the kid apart.
Well, I mean, if you watch the pat down of this kid, it's absurd. It's repetitive. It's borderline invasive, and it is. It's just unnecessary. I'm not an airport security expert. Okay, so I'll concede that, but there is a certain common sense. And you watch this kid who's got shorts and a T-shirt on.
And no shoes, yeah, because they made him take his shoes off finally.
So, unless we're going to go full Shawshank with children, what exactly were they possibly looking for the third, fourth time through, patting under his arms and around his waistband and up his legs, as you described?
That's the thing. I mean, but again, he also has SPD, and if they could have looked into his eyes, the TSA agent, he would have seen that this kid may have special needs.
I mean, look, if he was wearing leggings, that's a different story. Then he should have been. Then I can understand it.
Stop it.
Then he shouldn't have been allowed to fly at all.
Don't start with my leggings.
If he was wearing spandex,
no, stop.
That's a different story, but he wasn't.
312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line. Has TSA gone too far? I mean, do they need to rethink this more invasive pat-down procedure that they're doing?
Tell us your TSA groping stories. Love to hear them.
No, but I mean, security over freedom. That's the question. And as sad as it is and heartbreaking it is to watch that video, I'd rather be safe for all flyers instead of being protective of your own personal rights. Oh, don't roll your eyes.
Wait a second.
Do you want some chocolate?
Wait a second. Wait.
No, it's security over freedom.
Well, I'm not sure that this rises to the level of that kind of transcendental question, but are you saying that this incident was appropriate?
The guy was a little aggressive, especially since this child has special needs, but rules are rules, and without rules, there's chaos. And again, they decided on a uniformity of this pat-down, whether it's a male, female, elderly, or a child.
So this is like a scene from Airplane where they let the guy with the rocket launcher go through the security checkpoint and they attack Granny. I mean, that's what this is. This is absurd. Let me ask you a question. This kid is about Peyton and Eli's age.
Yeah, he's 13 years old.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you had seen that happen to Peyton or Eli, would you be saying, hey, Peyton and Eli, hey, it's about security over our freedom. Just grin and bear it, kid.
No, I would be standing there just like that mom was watching. I wouldn't approve it. I would be disgusted personally by it, but those are the rules. And I would not file a report against the TSA. I would let, they have a job to do. And that's just our new reality, because people are trying to kill us. People from other countries and some Americans who are radicalized are trying to kill us. And they will stop at nothing. And I know they're using vehicles lately to ram into crowds, but TSA has some intel that says that they are trying to use children to bring down airliners. And right now it's spring break for a lot of people. A lot of people are traveling, and a lot of kids are traveling right now that normally wouldn't be. They'd normally be in school.
Yes, and now we know that Aaron Williamson is not a threat to national security. Thank you so much, Mr. TSA agent. Hey, are you using the whole hand? Mark in LaGrange, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At least he had gloves on.
Good morning, guys. Hey, if this mother knew that her child had special circumstances and his skin flares up, when people touch him in, areas that aren't normal. Don't you think she should have brought documentation knowing that he's going to go through security with the possibility of having to be patted down?
Well, you can get a TSA disability notification card, but she did not have that at the time. But now she might apply for one.
Doesn't she have?
Yeah, but the issue, frankly, is not that he was patted down, not even that it could induce a temporary rash. The issue, if you go watch the video, is the nature and the extent and the time associated with this pat down. That's really the issue. Thanks for the call, Mark. I mean, if you have, let's assume TSA's story is true and the mom's is not, just for the sake of discussion. Mm-hmm. If his laptop set off an alarm and that triggers a pat down, fine. Watch this video if you have not seen it yet, and tell me if you think that this comports with common sense.
Well, if you get this TSA disability notification card, then you could request an alternate form of screening. So if you have the card.
Bob in Lake Zurich, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi. This is all security theater.
Yes.
Who has more incentive to prevent hijackings? Is it the airline? When they fail, they lose money? Or is it the government? When they fail, they make more money?
Thanks for the call, Bob.
That's a little dark.
Well, I mean, he's talking about then what happens. Then you federalize airport security, which is what happened after 9/11, and you add TSA agents and you add layers of... It's a cynical point, but not an illegitimate one. John in Naperville.
Yeah, I was going to wonder, if I tell them I'm a transgender woman, can I get a woman to pat me down like that?
That's an excellent question, John. This is somebody who's got his thinking cap on.
That is a great question. I don't know.
Thanks for the call, John.
Is it the gender you identify with at the time that you go through the screening process?
Questions to stump TSA or otherwise establish a predicate for litigation. That's a whole other topic, but it could be a fun topic. Yeah. I like the way John in Naperville's thinking. We could make some money.
Yeah.
Dave on the north side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, how you doing? Every time I hear these stories, and they come up a couple times a year, people are stunned about the airport security when they go flying. Doesn't anybody explain to their kids, anybody who lived through 9/11, what might possibly happen if you're selected randomly at an airport? I mean, don't they prepare them for these searches? I mean, this has been going on for 15 years now.
Well, Dave, I mean, did you see the video?
I have not seen the video. I've seen videos like it, and I understand when TSA explains these rules and stuff, they have to go through it. And, I mean, I'm sorry, but they do use kids sometimes. You have to do it. I mean, they just the police just took rifles out of a stroller on the south side.
Okay, thanks for the call, Dave. I mean, they haven't used kids in this context. And here's the thing. Look, I get patted down when I go through security all the time, and not just when I request it. Yes. So I've got a little Mr. T starter set around my neck.
Yeah. Yeah, you do. I'm sure that sets off the alarm every time you go through.
It does. And
Can we see that thing again? How many chains do you have on there?
It's just that's my business.
Oh, this is personal now?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
show me when you want to show me. Don't show us when we ask.
So when I go through, I'll they'll say we got to pat you down, whatever, and I'll say, can I get that gentleman over there? He looks like he's got nice strong hands. No, I take the chain. I said it's this, and I take the chain out, and they say they pat me down under it, and then that's it. So I set off the alarm as an adult male who with a bad attitude. Who could be more of a target than this 13-year-old kid. And they do a quick pat down that takes 5 seconds, and then I go get my stuff and be on my way. This kid.
Oh, he did. It was aggressive.
I mean,
pat down. It was.
That's what I'm talking about. It's not about security. It's not about preparing your kids. It's just, it's the idea of just some common sense. I understand what the rules are. The implementation turns out to be really important. And you're supposed to have firing synapses at your job. You're supposed to be a thinker. You're supposed to be engaged. Judgment is good.
So follow the rules, but have some humanity?
Yeah, I mean, something like that, yeah.
Especially with a kid who's disabled.
So, at a certain point when it becomes clear that this kid is not going to bring down any plane or otherwise poses no security threat, move on and go grope somebody else. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Morcus Chocolate in Palatine. Part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
It's what Chicago is talking about. It's Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560. The Answer.
Hi, my name is Ray McElroy, former Chicago Bears player and chaplain and founder and CEO of the nonprofit A Ray of Hope on Earth. You know, running a successful nonprofit organization that serves at-risk, underserved youth in the inner city of Chicago presents its own set of challenges. I am so relieved that as a small, newer organization, we don't have to count our payroll and HR responsibilities as one of them because of the amazing service we receive from Precision Payroll of America. Not only do I appreciate the professional quality of Precision Payroll of America, but I also love that their values of faith, family, and fair and comprehensive service align perfectly with our own.
Thank you, Ray. For our great services, call me at 630-242-1507 or on the web at precisionpayroll.com. To support a great cause, check out arrayofhopeonearth.org.
Tom, you're the best, bro.
No, man, you're the best.
No, you're the best.
Oh, you the man.
No, for real, though, you the man.
Gatto Industrial Platers, Inc. is the specialist in zinc and zinc nickel plating. Gatto is big, they're good, and they're easy to work with. Their high production rack plating line has up to a 15-foot capacity to handle any zinc plating requirement. Gatto's 210,000 square foot facility can process 300 tons per day and offers complete custom packaging with available pickup and delivery in the Chicago metro area by Gatto's own fleet of trucks. All of Gatto's products are inspected and certified to ensure that each customer is receiving the best and most cost-effective plating protection. Gatto is home to King Kong, the largest zinc plating line in North America that can zinc plate parts up to 27 feet long and weighing up to 8,000 pounds. For a quote and fast 24 to 48-hour service, call George Gatto Jr. or George Gatto Sr. at 1-800-290-1223. That's 1-800-290-1223. 1-800-290-1223.
Townstone Financial is synonymous with great rates, low closing costs, and phenomenal service to the thousands who have completed purchases and refinances with us since 2002. Hi, my name is Barry Sterner, owner of Townstone Financial. Let's hear about the Townstone experience from one of our customers.
With my house here in Chicago, you guys did my first mortgage, and then we just did the second one on a refi. You told me, hey, I can get your rates down and have zero out-of-pocket costs. I'm like, okay, why not? It's been an amazing process. I wouldn't have done this if I didn't believe in you guys. You guys are amazing from the beginning to the end, from the communication. Replies are within like 10-20 minutes if you're not in another phone call or something. Signing all the paperwork, it's just on point.
Remember, nobody values your business more than Townstone Financial, and I'm always available to answer your questions. Call me now, Barry Sterner at 312-896-2111. That's 312-896-2111, or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financials, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, Illinois, mortgage licensee 6629 and NMLS 136639. Equal housing lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll talk to FOP President Dean Angelo about his conversation with President Trump about Chicago violence at 6:36.
And later, a government says a man's last name is too offensive for a license plate. But first, let's go into the newsroom and say good morning to Dave Stewart, who's in for Mike Scott.
Thanks, Amy. Thanks, Dan. Good morning. 35 degrees in Chicago at 6:31 on AM 560. The Answer. Look for fog this morning, but cloudy skies later with a high of 50. Democrats are slamming President Trump's moves on the environment. Rhode Island Senator Sheldon Whitehouse said powerful special interests are the ones pulling the strings.
But the American people should know that this moment of national embarrassment is brought to you by the fossil fuel industry.
White House argued that Trump's actions demean the U.S. environmental groups, demeans the U.S. and environmental groups plan a legal challenge. Britain's formally beginning the process of leaving the European Union. A letter from Prime Minister Theresa May will be given to the EU Council President Donald Tusk today. May locked in Britain's exit from the EU last night when she signed the letter. It marks the start of complex and potentially antagonistic negotiations. 3 storm chasers are dead after their vehicles collided when they were chasing a tornado in Texas. It happened yesterday afternoon in Dickens County. That's about 70 miles east of Lubbock. Chicago police say 4 people have been wounded in the past 24 hours. 3 of those shootings were on the west side, 1 on the south side. State Controller Susana Mendoza continues to blast Governor Rauner over the state's finances. At a Chicago senior citizen complex, she accused the governor of lying in a new TV campaign, a TV commercial that is, about having a balanced budget. Mayor Emanuel's promising that new streetlights being installed across the city will have multiple impacts. The new LED smart lights will burn longer, cut energy use, and will automatically report when they're burned out. The 4-year installation is starting on the west and south sides, and the mayor says that will help security.
Having the new lights and the bright lights here will be help with the confidence and have public safety aspects that will go beyond saving money, saving time, and saving energy.
A Massachusetts-based company will supply the lights. They will be assembled, though, in Chicago. In sports, Blackhawks visit the Penguins tonight, the Bulls in Cleveland tomorrow. The news and service of Accountemps. When you could use help closing your books and need additional staff, it's time to call Accountemps. They can provide you with bookkeepers and other accounting and finance professionals on a temporary or project basis and fast. Call today. Accountemps, a Robert Half company. AM 560 News Time 6:34. Traffic in 2 minutes on AM 560. The Answer.
Dennis Prager is on board with the Republicans' replacement for Obamacare.
I support the health care bill that the Republicans are advancing, though it is not perfect, though it is not as conservative as one would wish, for the exact same reason that I supported Donald Trump for president. We don't have a choice, and not in the real world.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, a family tradition since 1897.
Here's microbiologist Dr. Kim O'Neill talking about balance of nature.
Scientific research has shown that many cancers and lifestyle diseases can be prevented with a diet rich in fruits and vegetables. This prevention comes from the phytochemicals in the plants. They fight against oxidants that damage the cell's DNA, causing mutations that lead to disease. I don't take any supplementation, but I take Balance of Nature because I've seen it in my lab. I've seen the immune response increase, I've seen your DNA repair capacity increase, and I've seen DNA protection, and I know that it works.
Balance of Nature is providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
At 6:35 from the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center, here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, David. A multi-alarm fire is blazing in South Elgin, just off the intersection of Spring and McLean. Multiple fire agencies are there. The roads are open, but avoid the area if you can. Reagan Tollway eastbound, heavy just past Naperville Road with a crash on the left shoulder. The Edens runs 20 minutes either way between Lake Cook and Montrose. Kennedy looking at 29 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 22. And on Eisenhower, delays start at Manheim. It's 42 minutes, Thorndale to the post office. Outbound 31, Stevenson 51 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 35. Ryan is 24 minutes, 95th to downtown. Traffic is a service of Staples. Filing your own taxes this year? Staples can help with everything you need for tax season for less. With storage boxes and filing supplies to software like QuickBooks and TurboTax. And right now, get up to $10 off when you buy TurboTax. In-store only ends 4/15/17. Staples, make more happen. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
More of Chicago's Morning Answer next, but now the forecast, a service of aircomfort.com, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Fog this morning, it will lift, then mostly cloudy and breezy with a high of 50. Breezy with periods of rain tonight, low 39. Periods of rain tomorrow, continued breezy with a high of 46. Right now it's 35 degrees at O'Hare. Next news, 7 o'clock. Get continuous coverage of the latest news, traffic, and weather at 560theanswer.com. Now more of Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Military Mortgage Talk with host Tony Gatliff. Sunday mornings at 9 on AM 560, The Answer.
Your money. Find out how to keep more of it and live debt-free. Tonight on The Dave Ramsey Show, starting at 7 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We are in Chocoholics Paradise. Morky's Chocolate, as part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour this morning.
Yeah, and they're located at 1890 North Rand Road in Palatine.
That's correct.
You want to stop by, say hi, get yourself a cup of coffee, a fresh-made donut.
Yeah.
They're wonderful.
And as we know, chocolate before 9 a.m. both improves cognition as well as your waistline. I'm going to come out of here with a V cut. With all the chocolate I'm eating.
I mean, your waist is getting thinner by the hour.
I need a few more of the puppets, which is their name for turtles or pixies. I need a few more of those, and I'm going to look like Jack LaLanne. So yesterday, our friend Dean Angelo, he's the president of the Chicago Fraternal Order of Police, he was summoned to the White House to sit down with President Trump and talk Chicago violence. President Trump weighing in on Chicago violence again.
When I ask what's going on in Chicago, right? What is going on? There's no excuse for it.
Yeah, and Dean Angelo is sitting a few seats away from him. And President Trump said that police are prevented from doing their jobs because of the current political climate.
Sadly, our police are often prevented from doing their jobs.
And so for more on what that discussion was like with the president and what may be forthcoming from the White House to assist Chicago police, we're pleased to be joined by the aforesaid Dean Angelo. Dean, thanks for being with us again. Appreciate it.
Good morning.
Morning. And so give us your takeaway from the meeting with the president.
Well, he started with his prepared statement that was good to hear about his support and his respect for what the police officers do across the country, how he's greeted by law enforcement and in such a positive light no matter where he goes, as well as with the military. I think he mentioned something about it must be everyone in the uniforms or something about the uniforms. But, he is very supportive of law enforcement. He's very supportive of having police officers do their job. And one of the statements I mentioned yesterday was our officers here are concerned about losing their job for doing their job, and that's a big problem.
So he opened up a listening session, and what did you tell him is one of the solutions or a possible solution to the 700-plus murders just last year?
Well, I said this before, and I mentioned it yesterday when we were all together, was the fact that although we had those murders, we also had 4,300 plus attempted murders, because every one of those shootings is an attempted murder. People don't look at it that way. They just don't connect the dot, and it is something that a couple of inches away from a shoulder shot can be a heart shot or a head shot, and then we're at 5,000 murders. Does it take 5,000 murders to wake people up? I'm so concerned about that, and it doesn't seem to be resonating out there. It doesn't seem to be catching on, and people need to stop pointing the finger at the police officers and start going after these guys that are out there with their weapons.
What did President Trump say, if anything, in terms of what he's inclined to do from a federal level to help local law enforcement like Chicago Police?
Well, our national president, Chuck Canterbury, had an agenda. One of those points on the agenda was the concern about sanctuary cities and reduced federal assistance. And everyone at the table, being in law enforcement, were concerned, and it came out about, does that mean federal dollars or federal assistance, like ATF or DEA or more federal prosecutors is going to be on the chopping block? Because the last thing we need now is less assistance or less money, personnel, federal involvement when you're concerning law enforcement. And that's something that was brought out at the table, and that's something that is going to be considered when we look at how they go about, addressing these cutbacks or these restrictions on federal money to cities like Chicago. We don't want to see that money that's earmarked for law enforcement to be diminished.
Well, that's going to happen. I mean, Jeff Sessions said this week that that's going to happen. The millions of dollars right now that the city of Chicago and the county of Cook receive in Department of Justice grants that are obviously law enforcement related, those are going to go away. Even existing grants are going to be clawed back if Chicago and Cook County continue with their indulgence of sanctuary city designation, and Tiny Dancer, Ram, has said that that will continue. So you are going to see federal funds withdrawn from Chicago, it appears.
Well, I think the discussion that President Canterbury started in the room gave a new realization to the impact of the reduced finances from the federal government related to law enforcement, and I believe it might be. I'm hoping that it might be reconsidered for the monies that are earmarked for, addressing crime, addressing violence, addressing federal prosecution of gun charges, and we're hopeful, and I felt that it resonated in the room, and we're hopeful that it might be reconsidered with the dollars that are earmarked specifically for law enforcement.
So, I mean, President Trump has been tweeting, since January that he'd send in the feds if the carnage in the city did not stop, and he keeps, having these open discussions. When's he actually going to start implementing something?
Well, that's something that wasn't, mapped out for us. We didn't come away with a plan. We didn't come away with specifics. It was something that was not shared, and I don't need to see the playbook. I just want to see, the players arrive, and I want to see the reduction because, as you know, all the Chicago police officers live in Chicago. So, this is our city, this is our town, and we want to make sure that it's as safe, for all the families as we want it to be for our families.
You mentioned federal prosecution of gun crime. Is that something that you, Superintendent Johnson, want to see as these criminals who commit crimes with guns prosecuted by the feds rather than state prosecutors? And if so, does that mean there's a loss of faith in the Cook County State's Attorney's Office?
Well, there's a revolving door at Cook County. I don't know what's going on over there, and if they want to just, reduce their overhead. Is it about the line item? Is it about putting, minimal offenders back on the street so that they come back? I mean, you look at some of the pages of these arrestees. They're 14, 15 pages long. At what point do they sit for some serious time? And that's the difference between the state level and the federal level. That truth in sentencing, those guidelines are very structured, and 15 years is 15 years. So if you start sending people to prison, at the federal level for long stretches of time for a gun charge, I think that'll resonate. Whereas, your uncle, your brother, your cousin, that's involved in gunplay and gang warfare, and he disappears for 15 years in the federal system, that's going to send a message.
Did you have any alone time or one-on-one time with President Trump? And if not, what was your impression of him if you just sat there in the room with him?
It was an awesome event. It was amazing to be there. I was born at Gladys in Springfield, so a guy from the West Side to eventually wind up in that room. It's the person that you see on TV is a person that was sitting 2 chairs away from me. I had the Attorney General 2 chairs away from me to the right, President 2 chairs away from me from the left, and the Vice President across the table. It was an amazing event to be there. He is who he is, and he talks the way he talks, whether the cameras are on or when the press was, ushered out of the room. So it was, going into the Oval Office was a nice event too, because conversations continued, and it was very lighthearted. Although the topics were serious when we were together in the Roosevelt Room, it was quite relaxing. I wasn't, it was different. It was something that you never expect to be involved in, but when you're there, it was. I was glad I was able to take it in. It was something that I won't forget.
Now, did you also get to see Melania's room?
I did not. I did not get the tour that you longed for, Dan. So maybe next time.
I know. Well, that's true. I'm trying to live vicariously through you, Dean. That's why I asked. Let me ask you another serious question. So the stats to date in Chicago, to your point, murders and shooting victims, 131 homicides year to date. 709 people shot, so we're nearing, the 1,000 number in terms of people killed and shot already, and we're just nearing the end of March. So what's happening on the street versus last year, where we're ahead of last year's, frankly, gruesome carnage rate? Is it the same situation? Has anything changed after all of the pontificating and all of the reports, both from Tiny Dancer's Star Chamber Committee as well as the Department of Justice from the outgoing administration? What's the reality on the ground for rank-and-file Chicago police officers today as we speak?
Well, God bless them, because they're out there scooping more guns than New York and LA combined again. You know, they are incredible at what they do. I'm never short of being impressed by these officers out there pushing those cars and making those street stops and getting those guns. But, you know, what I said in August of 15 came true. And it wasn't I was looking forward to it, but when they signed off on that investigatory stop report, I said then, street stops are going to drop, murders are going to go up, we'll be at 700 before you know it. And that was in August of 15. When I said that in the room yesterday, the Attorney General asked me, "You really said that?" And I said, "Yes, sir, I did." And he said, "And it happened?" And I said, "Yes, it did. Tragically, it did happen." And I don't see a reduction coming. I wouldn't be surprised if we break 800, you know, and we get closer to 900. If they don't start supporting these police officers to go back to work, to take those corners back, and to be aggressive in their tactics again, we're going to see more of the same. And I don't know. You mentioned, you know, the 700 shootings. Maybe people need to start reporting those are 700 attempted murders.
Yeah, right.
You know, so they can hear it over and over again. So if you add those 700 attempts to the murder charges, you know, it's off the charts. And when did they start to wake up? And when did they start to redesign deployment and practice and procedure for these officers to get back to work? I talked to somebody from Australia, 60 Minutes, in my office a couple of weeks ago, and the crew that was setting up, one of the guys asked me with that mate, "So, mate, how bad is it?" And I go, "Well, it's not even not that bad." And he goes, "Wait a minute, are you kidding? Are you that desensitized? You had 4,300 people shot and all these murders?" And I go, "Well, yes, we are kind of desensitized." But they also did a pre-planned security, call to me, and I said, "Well, what are you so concerned about?" They said, "Whenever we go to places that are high risk, like Afghanistan and Syria, we want to make sure our crews are going to be safe." And I said, "Time out. Is it Afghanistan, Syria, and Chicago?" And the girl on the other line says, "Well, yeah." And I'm thinking, Mike, this is the way the rest of the world is looking at us.
Yeah.
And
right.
It's a shame.
All right. He is Dean Angelo, president of the Chicago Fraternal Order of Police. And, Dean, if we don't talk to you, good luck with your reelect on April 12th, right?
Yes. Well, thank you very much.
At least you don't live in Lincolnshire.
I'm not going there.
Yeah.
No, don't go there.
Yeah,
I did. It's
no.
Dean, thanks for joining us. And by the way, just in terms of what Dean was talking about, the predictions he made a similar prediction when I sat down with him for our Against the Current series, which you can get at upstream-ideas.com, of 45 minutes of unfiltered Dean Angelo on these matters. And he made a prediction about what was going to happen last summer, last spring, and unfortunately, as he said, he was unfortunately right in 2015. He was unfortunately right again in 2016. Dean, thanks again for joining us. Appreciate your time.
All right, you're welcome. Thank you very much. Bye.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm Lou Dobbs. The Fed calls for more social responsibility by America's banks. Texas gets tough on immigration. Those stories next. Hi, folks. Are you an individual or business who owes at least $10,000 to the IRS? Are your wages being garnished? Has your bank account been levied? Do you have years of unfiled tax returns and you're losing sleep at night worrying about it all? Rapid Resolution Tax Group is a team of tax attorneys, enrolled agents, and tax professionals who have helped thousands of of people with problems just like yours. They're accredited with the Better Business Bureau, and they guarantee same-day contact with the IRS. If you qualify, Rapid Resolution Tax Group can work towards settling your tax debt for less, removing penalties and fees, and stopping levies and garnishments. They're not intimidated by the IRS, and they promise not to let the IRS intimidate you. Call the professionals at Rapid Resolution Tax Group. They're at 800-601-2929. 800-601-2929. That's 800-601-2929. The Texas House of Representatives voted 97-46 to require oil and gas companies to refrain from employing anyone who's in the country illegally. The Lone Star lawmakers are planning legislation to punish so-called sanctuary cities in Texas. Federal Reserve Chair Janet Yellen says banks need to promote economic development in low-income areas. The Fed chair's banks also need to do more to boost small business in America's inner cities. As it struggles to regain lost customers, Wells Fargo has now become the first American bank to offer a card-free option at all of its 13,000 ATMs. Customers download the bank's app and request an 8-digit code that will work at ATMs when paired with customer PIN numbers. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern, on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
It's time for a little R&R courtesy of ChicagoRadioDeals.com. 2 words, Door County. Take a few days off and escape to Wisconsin. Head up to the White Lace Inn. It's a gorgeous bed and breakfast in Sturgeon Bay. Now, the White Lace Inn features 18 inviting guest rooms and suites in 4 elegant turn-of-the-century neighboring homes. You can enjoy the gardens, gazebos, and the glory that is Door County. It's a $300 gift certificate for only $150. It can be applied to overnight stays or just for items in their store. For another fabulous getaway adventure, purchase an overnight stay package for the Schuster Mansion Bed and Breakfast in Milwaukee. Spend the night in Molly's room, their 2-room luxury suite, with a private bath and premier concierge service. It includes breakfast in the Victorian dining room and fresh chocolate chip cookies, yours for only $85 per couple. That's a $169 value. So check out the deals from your good friends at ChicagoRadioDeals.com and get out of town.
Pat Boone here with an urgent question for every American with a bank savings account, stock portfolio, or 401k retirement account. Today, we know nothing that's posted online is truly private or safe from being hacked, including our national secrets held by the CIA, NSA, and top intelligence agencies. That being the case, what can you do to protect your hard-earned wealth? Well, one book explains it all. Don't bank on it. From the most respected source I know of, Swiss America. And get this, for a limited time, the first 500 callers can get a free copy. Call 800-289-2646, 800-289-2646 now. Learn how to protect your money, and do it now. Call 800-289-2646. Learn how to protect your money against what even the CIA cannot protect. 800-289-2646 for your free copy of Don't Bank on It.
Hey, are you thinking about the IRS right now? Man, if the IRS is coming after you, your problem, your IRS problem is there day and night. You need help to fight the IRS. I recommend you call my very good friend, Attorney Stephen Leahy of Open Tax Resolutions. Hey, he's got a special offer going on right now. If you're not certain about your position with the IRS, he will pull your personal IRS transcripts and find out exactly where you stand for free. Find out where you stand. If you owe back taxes, if you have unfiled returns. Hey, if you're afraid of the IRS, call my friend Steve Leahy now. 312-664-6649. Steve's the host of the IRS Radio Hour, heard every Sunday at 5 right here on AM 560. He's also a really good friend of mine, and I don't know of anybody better in dealing with the IRS. Call him now. Steve Leahy, 312-664-6649. That's 312-664-6649.
This is a life-changing message for anyone with sleep apnea who is on the go and tired of dragging around a big, bulky home CPAP device. Now there's finally a portable device that's as small as a soda can and weighs less than a pound. You can even add a battery that's as tiny as a deck of cards. It's the Transcend Mini CPAP. And right now, you can try Transcend absolutely risk-free for 10 days. So call now, 1-800-400-9121. Transcend is the world's first portable mini CPAP device. It gives you the freedom to sleep in total comfort anywhere you are. Our smallest and most advanced portable design ever, Transcend is so small and so light, you can fit it in your briefcase or purse to use anywhere you go. It's FAA compliant too, so you can even sleep comfortably while flying. Enjoy the freedom to sleep comfortably anywhere. To receive your 10-day in-home trial, call minicpap.com now. 1-800-400-9121. Again, that's 1-800-400-9121.
Change in the market shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. In fact, since World War II, we've seen a correction on average about once every 18 months. That's why Arlington Capital Management developed proprietary tools that help them to see what's beyond your investment horizon. Like an experienced ship captain uses tools to avoid stormy weather, Arlington Capital Management uses tools to guide you through market corrections before it's too late and help us decide when to capitalize on opportunity. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 to learn how their active management systems can help you. Each day, they actively explore the market, our economy, and all the variables that affect your investments. Stormy markets never cloud their vision. The professionals at Arlington Capital Management use their tools and experience to guide them. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 for a financial review. The number again is 855-471-5796 or learn more at arlington-capital.com.
Napa know-how. A Napa guy knows the only way you'd give a freshly minted driver a brand new car is if he promises to never drive it. Instead, let him grind the gears and knock over the neighbor's mailbox in something a little more suited to his skill level. And with over 500,000 parts and a little Napa know-how, he can safely drive something that's nearly as old as he is. It's not perfect, but it's perfect for him. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
You're listening to Love Advice with Leanne. Caller, you're on the air.
Hi, Leanne. Longtime listener, first-time caller. Why, in your professional opinion, do you never take my calls off the air?
Is this Carl?
Yep, it's Carl. I mean, we had a few dates. Everything was great. I thought,
Well, you know, when you switch to Geico, you could save a lot of money on car insurance.
Okay, awesome.
You should call them.
I will.
Geico, because saving 15% or more on car insurance is always a great answer.
35 degrees in Chicago. Local news coming up includes a story about the mayor's plans for a municipal ID card. That and more after an update from Fox News on WIND Chicago.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony.
In accordance with the wishes of the British people, the United Kingdom is leaving the European Union.
And so the Brexit has begun. Fox's Simon Owen, live in London.
Dave, British Prime Minister Theresa May speaking in Parliament here right now, saying Britain is embarking on what she calls a momentous journey.
This is an historic moment from which there can be no turning back.
The Prime Minister speaking after officially notifying the EU that the UK is leaving this 9 months after the Brexit referendum. There now begins a 2-year exit countdown for the UK and EU to figure out a future relationship. There are some thorny issues, including trade and immigration. The EU's chief negotiator saying, quote, today is day one of a very difficult road. Dave?
Simon, a Mexican man who spent 6 weeks in immigration detention will be released today in the Seattle area as he challenges deportation. Daniel Ramirez Medina has no criminal record and came here when he was 7, so was in a program designed to protect those brought here illegally as kids. You may recall those videos that created a lot of controversy for Planned Parenthood. 2 anti-abortion activists went undercover and claim officials talked to them about illegally harvesting and selling fetal tissue. Planned Parenthood denied that, saying the videos were deceptively edited, and now those filmmakers are facing charges in California. Fox's Tanya J. Powers has this live.
David Daleiden and Sandra Merritt are of the Center for Medical Progress. They each face 15 felony charges, accused of making videos with Planned Parenthood officials saying they were filmed without the consent of the people in them. That's a violation of state law. Now, the charges come 8 months after the two were previously indicted in Texas on similar charges January of last year, but they were later dropped after prosecutors said the grand jury overstepped its authority. Daleiden called the charges bogus in an email to the Associated Press, Dave.
Tanya, 3 storm chasers died when their vehicles collided yesterday in Texas. 2 of them were contractors for the Weather Channel. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Good morning. 35 degrees in Chicago at 7:02 on AM 560 The Answer. I'm David Stewart. Look for some fog early, mostly cloudy skies later, and a high of 50. President Trump continues to shine the spotlight on Chicago's violence problem. Trump brought up the topic yesterday during a White House meeting with leaders from the Fraternal Order of Police, including Dean Angelo from Chicago. The president said,
I asked, what's going on in Chicago, right? What is going on? There's no excuse for it.
Angelo said he did mention officers need support so they can work towards stemming the violence in the city. Trump's administration hasn't responded to specific requests for help from Chicago. The mayor will unveil plans today for a municipal ID card for people living in Chicago illegally. The mayor's office says he'll introduce an ordinance at today's city council meeting that outlines his proposal for undocumented residents. Illinois Senate Democrats pledging to fight a move by Governor Rauner to replace unionized nurses at state prisons with contract workers. The nurses got notices last week that jobs are being canceled in mid-June. Governor Rauner says they will be offered jobs with the private contractor from out of state, and he says it will save the state money.
They can drive more efficiency and more productivity through this. We believe that this move to contract providing of the nurses can save Illinois taxpayers. I think is it about $8 million a year, I believe is the number.
State Senator Andy Menardo says he's introducing legislation to protect the jobs of 124 union nurses who claim Rauner refused to bargain with them. Police say 4 DePaul students will be charged for illegally selling prescription drugs. They were arrested near the Lincoln Park campus after allegedly selling Xanax to undercover police. Firefighters from a number of companies are working a fire at a KinderCare daycare center in the Elgin area. That fire near Spring and McLean. No word on any injuries. In sports, the Blackhawks visit the Penguins tonight. The Bulls are in Cleveland tomorrow. The news and service of Accountems. They know that your business needs can change in an instant. From increased workload to staff absences, Accountems can help by providing accounting and finance professionals on a temporary or project basis whenever and wherever you need them. So call today. Accountems, a Robert Half company. AM 560 News Time 7:04. Time to check the climate of your business with aircomfort.com, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Traffic in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
You need to understand that the way you build wealth is you do not use the evening news or CNN or Fox to set the tone of your emotions around your investing.
The Dave Ramsey Show.
If you're thinking of changing your investing patterns because you're watching the news, you need to turn off the news. You are in charge of your destiny.
Dave Ramsey. Weeknights starting at 7. Presented by Wintrust Community Bank on AM 560. The Answer.
Christine, thanks for the Easter basket you sent me. It has all my favorite candies and a stuffed bunny rabbit.
Surprise the little ones in your life with personalized plush Easter baskets from Personal Creations. Each plush animal Easter basket comes filled with free candy and a free stuffed bunny, all for $19.99. Plus, you can have it personalized with any name for free. To get this special Easter deal, go to personalcreations.com. Click the orange star in the upper right corner and enter the secret code 4545. That's personalcreations.com, secret code 4545.
Men, if you're like me, you appreciate the feeling of a smooth, clean shave. But you're tired of paying $32 for new blades. Stop messing around with those generic razors and start shaving with Harry's for half the price. Harry's is so confident in the quality of their blades, they'll send you their most popular shave set, shaving cream, and post-shave balm for free when you cover shipping, a total value of $20. Just go to harrys.com now and enter code 0707 at checkout to redeem your shave set. That's harrys.com, code 0707.
At 7:06 from the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center, here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, David. The CTA reports delays on the Blue Line inbound. Trains are stopped at Jefferson Park. There's a sick customer on a train. Inbound Eden's heavy around Elston. 20 minutes like Cook to Montrose. Outbound fine at 19. Kennedy, 35 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 17 from Montrose, 14 in the Express. Outbound 24 minutes downtown to the airport. The Eisenhower. 49 minutes, Thorndale to the post office. 36 from Manheim, outbound 32 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 55 minutes, 3:55 to the drive. 45 from the Tri-State, outbound okay. Ryan, 27 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 24 minutes, I-80 to the Merge. Bishop Ford, 17. Northbound Tri-State slow from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis. Up from the Reagan Tollway to the Eisenhower. Reagan Tollway stop and go Winfield Road past Naperville Road. The
crash now on the right shoulder. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
More of Chicago's Morning Answer next, but now the forecast, a service of aircomfort.com, providing the right climate for business since 1935. And here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
A dense fog advisory in effect for this morning. Today, fog will lift this morning, then it will remain mostly cloudy and breezy for the day with a high 50. Breezy tonight with periods of rain, low 39. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
34 degrees at the lakefront, 37 in Midway, 35 at O'Hare. Next next news update at 7:30. Get continuous coverage of the latest news, traffic, and weather at 560theanswer.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Empowered Investing, the show dedicated to investors. Heard Saturdays at noon right here on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're coming to you live from Orcas Chocolate in Palatine, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour, and having a lovely morning. Chocolate, wash it down with a nice Pinot Noir. I mean, this is all heart healthy. It's a heart healthy breakfast.
That's after you had your pop cake, or cake pop, whatever you want to call it. It's cake on a stick.
Look, I'm going by the science. Both Syracuse University and Tel Aviv University finding that 2 pounds of chocolate before 9 a.m. washed down with a nice Pinot Noir improves cognition and your waistline.
I know you're getting the V shape.
I am. I'm converting it to energy right before your very eyes.
You're going to walk out of here smarter and thinner than you've ever been in your life.
I'll tell you, and the sad thing is, this is the high point for me, and yet it's the end of days.
What do you mean?
We had a good run, but look, I'm just relying on the experts again here. Van Jones suggesting via Twitter that Donald Trump just signed a death warrant for planet Earth, erased climate protections that were already too weak. Again, another luminary, Michael Moore, saying historians in the near future will mark today, March 28, 2017, as the day the extinction of human life on Earth began, thanks to Donald Trump.
Such hyperbole. Has he transitioned yet?
Michael Moore
to Michelle Moore, because he's changing his look a little. Have you noticed? I mean, I'm not being rude. Am I being Bill O'Reilly here? Am I being rude?
No.
Am I overstepping
you haven't commented on his hair.
No, but not his hair. But I'm just saying, if you look at him, I think he's morphing into Michelle.
U.S. Congressman Darren Soto, Trump slashes climate change regulations, ensuring Florida and Mar-a-Lago will soon be underwater. I mean, we laugh at this. The previous president of the United States, Barack Obama, you'll recall that he talked about in advancing these confiscatory climate change regulations to eliminate the coal industry, to cripple the fossil fuel energy production. He said that without them, there will be fish swimming through the streets of Miami.
I remember that.
I mean,
we have that soundbite somewhere, so I remember that.
And these are the people who claim the debate is over. It's fascinating to me for an economic perspective on the rollback of climate change regulations that Trump initiated yesterday. We're pleased to be joined by our friend Steve Moore, Chief Economist of the Heritage Foundation. Steve, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hi, guys. We're all going to die.
That's right.
We're all going to die.
Look what you've done.
Anybody who has any property there in Chicago, anywhere near the lake, sell it now before it's underwater. I mean, the lunacy, the craziness of the climate change agenda. I mean, it knows no bounds. I was just literally 5 minutes ago on CNN. We had this debate. I was debating this liberal about and he was all out of sorts about what Trump did yesterday with his basically this was an executive order that's going to save 100,000 coal mining jobs in this country. It is going to save our coal industry. This country was built on coal. It's one of our most reliable forms of energy. And Obama had an 8-year jihad against the coal industry. And I went to a lot of those coal towns, by the way, across the country in Pennsylvania, Ohio, West Virginia, and what the Obama people, they keep talking about how much they care about working class people, and working class people were Their lives were destroyed by these regulations. But look, we have a possibility now to become completely energy independent by using our oil and gas and coal in this lunatic idea that somehow we're going to power an $18 trillion industrial economy with windmills is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Well, and here's the important point. And by the way, add to that list Southern Illinois. We have more inert energy in the form of coal in Illinois than Saudi Arabia has oil. I mean, that's how big the coal deposits are in Illinois, as you know.
You must have learned that, Dan, from this great book called Fueling Freedom by Stephen Moore and Kathleen Hartnett-White.
I love Stephen Moore's work.
The people should read that book. So, Fueling Freedom, Exposing the Mad War on Energy. And ladies and gentlemen, there is a mad war on energy. And when people like Van Jones say crazy things like that, did he really say that, Dan?
He tweeted it, yeah.
I mean, these people are crazy. They're lunatics. I mean, you can be a rational person and talk about the effects of greenhouse gases and so on, but to say that the planet's going to be underwater and all this stuff is so over the top.
There's going to be fish on the street.
Well, one other thing, though, I just wanted to point out about the rollback of these regulations, and this is also his executive order directing EPA to review the Clean Power Plan, which was rebuked by the Supreme Court last year, too. So it's not like this is so out of bounds. The Supreme Court found it objectionable on constitutional grounds as well. But importantly here, this is not to protect the coal industry from competition within the energy space. It's just not to regulate it out of existence. And there's a distinction there.
Exactly right. And you're precisely right about that. And by the way, the entire intention of that law was to destroy the coal industry. They intentionally made the regulations so stringent that there were virtually no coal companies that could comply with it. And by the way, that's against the law. The law is supposed to basically be commercially, that the companies can have a way of complying. They couldn't comply with that law, and that's why 3 of the 5 biggest coal companies in the United States under Barack Obama's presidency went bankrupt. Now, some of it was due to fracking and low-price natural gas, but, you've known me for a long time, Danny. I'm a free market guy. I want the market to decide what form of energy we use. I don't want people in Washington to hand select. They're basically force-feeding us on expensive and unreliable wind and solar power. By the way, great line on CNN this morning. I mean, the CNN host said, well, Steve, we have to subsidize wind power because it's an infant industry. And I said, an infant industry? I mean, my God, people were using windmills 500 years ago. This isn't an infant industry.
Are you familiar with the Netherlands?
Yes,
right.
An industry that's not working. So with this executive order, the war on coal appears to be over. But what do you say to liberals who say that coal mining is bad for the environment?
Look, actually, that's not that simple. That is what they say, but it's not true. I mean, clean coal is here. If you look at the emissions from coal plants, the real pollutants, I'm talking about pollutants that make people sick, like lead and sulfur and smog and, carbon monoxide. Ladies and gentlemen, a little lesson here. Carbon monoxide is a pollutant. Carbon dioxide is the basis for life on Earth. And nobody gets sick from breathing carbon dioxide. So we've made incredible progress in terms of reducing all emissions because of clean coal. So clean coal is here. We have the cleanest coal in the world, by the way. If we shut down our coal plants, Amy, we're not going to save the planet. All we're going to do is make sure that those coal plants are not in the United States. So that could be in West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Ohio. They're going to be in China and Mexico and other countries that have dirtier coal than we do.
Let me switch gears and talk a little bit about the rest of Trump's economic policy agenda and what the failure on Obamacare replace may portend for structural tax reform, which it seems is what the administration and the House are intent to take up next, particularly if it is twinned with a big infrastructure spending bill, as Trump has somewhat telegraphed. Are you concerned at all about seeing that get done by August, as Treasury Secretary Mnuchin has said would happen?
So, a couple things. First of all, I think the Obamacare fight is not over. In fact, I think it could be in a matter of weeks that they regroup, and they're regrouping now. I was in some meetings yesterday where they're getting very close to getting the votes they needed to to get Obamacare repealed. So all the hoopla by the left about how Trump failed on this, it's a temporary setback. But I'm going to make a prediction on the Dan and Amy show that before the end of the year, Obamacare is going to be almost entirely repealed. Maybe not entirely repealed, but the vast majority of it will be. Now, on tax reform, look, if you can get the corporate tax rate down, if you can do the repatriation, if you can cut our taxes on our businesses, and you have to throw in some infrastructure spending to get the Democratic votes necessary, I can live with that. And in fact, Larry Kudlow and I had a piece in the Wall Street Journal a few weeks ago where we basically made this case. Use what we call regular order. Let's pass a bipartisan jobs bill that has business tax cuts, repatriation of capital from the rest of the world back in the United States to create jobs, and throw in some infrastructure spending. And you got something, maybe you could get 50, you could get 60, 70, 80 votes in the Senate for that. It's got to happen, and I think it will.
Hey, what concessions did President Trump give to the Freedom Caucus on Friday?
Well, the thing has been such a moving target. It depends on what hour you ask me. But I think the latest deal is here's what I think they should do, and tell me what you guys think about this. Repeal every single word of Obamacare because it's not every aspect of Obamacare has been a disaster. So repeal the whole thing. Say January 1, let's say 2019, and then basically say we will guarantee for the next 2 years nobody's going to lose their insurance, right? So this idea of 24 million people losing, nobody's going to lose their insurance. We're going to give Congress 2 years to come up with a better system, and it would be hard to come up with something that's worse than Obamacare. And just pass that. I think a clean bill. And by the way, 2 years ago, the House and Senate passed that bill, right? Why can't they pass it now?
Well, I mean, it's the arguments. It was a different dynamic. It's easy to pass something that is going nowhere because you have a socialist in the White House.
That's what they say, Dan. But that makes you think. I mean, talk about cynicism. To say, I voted for it because I knew it wasn't going to pass.
Well, but
that's political courage, right?
Well, I understand, but political courage is in short supply, as you're well aware. I mean, the problem is you demagogue the issue regardless. So the idea of doing something that is symbolic, largely in terms of repealing every single word, but forestalling the replacement. What's the new reality we're going to live under? I frankly like this done in one fell swoop.
We know what that new reality would be. It would be, I've got a radical idea.
Pre-Obamacare. Yeah.
Why don't we just try the free enterprise system for health care? I know that's a crazy,
it wouldn't be.
Oh my gosh, get rid of government out of health care? Oh my God, that would
but Steve, that it wouldn't be the free market system. It would be pre-Obamacare, which was nothing resembling a free market system.
No, I mean, you're exactly right, Dan. So you have to put in place you have to expand medical savings accounts. You have to allow people to buy insurance across state lines. I mean, my goodness, I live in Virginia. My auto policy is in Ohio. Why can't I do the same thing with health care? And then you do, things, as I said, medical malpractice reform. You expand medical savings accounts. You do all those things. I mean, look, I've said this economic lesson on your show many times before, but it bears repeating. The two industries in America where prices are out of control, where people can't afford the services, are in education and healthcare. Right. And those are the two industries that are dominated by government. So get the government out of healthcare and education, and we're going to make it much more affordable.
All right. He is Steve Moore, Chief Economist for the Heritage Foundation. Steve, thanks as always for joining us and bringing us back from the ledge on these regs. Take care, Steve. Thanks.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Fog is the word of the day, at least for this morning. We're going to have areas of thick fog, especially along the lakefront and in parts of Lake County and Cook County. Otherwise, by this afternoon, it is just going to be breezy and mostly cloudy. A high of 50 degrees. We're at 35 degrees right now at O'Hare. Tonight, rain moves into the area, a low of 39 degrees. And tomorrow, breezy with rain on and off throughout the day, a high of 46. When will we see the sun? Well, maybe on Saturday if we're lucky. Let's now jump into our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Well, it's pretty clear on the Hedons right now, Amy, despite that fog. The travel time, 19 minutes either way between Lake Cook and Montrose. Kennedy has delays, though, from Austin to the Hubbard Tunnel. 30 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, 18 from Montrose, 16 on the Express. Outbound Seoul Montrose to Sayre, 28 minutes downtown to the airport. The Eisenhower, an hour, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound just 32 minutes. Stevenson, an hour, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound fine. Ryan is 29 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive has no significant delays. It's heavy on the northbound tri-state in pockets from the Stevenson to 31st and from the Reagan Tollway to the Eisenhower. Reagan Tollway, stop and go from past Raymond to past Nieperville Road with a crash on the right shoulder, but there's some debris in the right lane. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
This is Dan Proff with 60 Seconds of Sanity, sponsored by Upstream-Ideas.com. Despite what some conservatives claim, journalism is not only not dead, it's better than ever. The charge of fake news, whether from the left or the right, is the verbal equivalent of a white flag on the battlefield of ideas. The person leveling that charge is almost invariably saying that they cannot defend their underlying position on the merits, and thus are using this dismissive phrase to cover their retreat. In fact, news is more authentic than ever. But what about the open hostility and manifest bias of the D.C. press corps? Would you rather the hostility and bias that has pervaded the D.C. press corps for generations preceding Trump continue to be covered by a patina of false congeniality and ersatz objectivity? In a recent article in the New Republic, allegedly the Thinking Liberals outlet, Leah Finnegan calls on the media to be the true opposition party to POTUS. Schumer and Pelosi just aren't hardcore enough. To that, conservatives should say, thank you, Miss Finnegan. Conservatives have long understood the Beltway media to be the opposition party. The fact the New Republic and other leftist outlets are stripping away their pretense of neutrality is conceding conservatives' point. That's called victory, and there's nothing fake about it.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down. My blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
AM 560, The Answer. Your money. Find out how to keep more of it and live debt-free. Tonight on The Dave Ramsey Show, starting at 7 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're coming to you live from Workus Chocolate in Palatine, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
Crowd's getting big, huh?
Yeah. Oh, well, they come for the donuts and they stay for the floor show.
Yes.
So, Amy, which do you find more offensive, a jewelry store billboard in North Carolina or a license plate in Canada?
Well, I think the license plate in Canada, because it was a staple in the community. We're talking about Nova Scotia, and there's a family there, Lorne Grabber. It's his surname, and government, he tried to renew the license plate. You know, it's one of those vanity plates, and it says Grabber on it, but it's spelled
Garbher.
Yeah, grab her, like I'm going to grab her. And they said that it might provoke violence toward women. Here's Mr. Grabber.
When the plates first came out, I was so excited about it. This is what I wanted to get from my father. And my father put it on the motorhome, and he traveled the United States, traveled across Canada and everything with it. Nothing was ever
he
said.
had it on his RV, and no one ever had a problem with it. But when he went to renew the plate, they said, no, sorry, it's offensive, and it's unacceptable, and it's not in good taste and doesn't follow their rules. So no more Grabber. But that's a pretty common name. We have friends that are named Grabber. It's a German name, but I don't find it offensive at all.
Yeah,
don't grab her.
Yeah, the guy just eerily sounded like Bob and Doug McKenzie from Strange Brew, by the way. This is what's going on in Canada. They're banning speech, and it's coming to a country near you, like to the south. There's legislation pending that would make it a criminal offense to not use a pronoun to describe somebody's gender that they want to be used in description of their gender. A criminal offense, prosecuted. That's pending in Canada. That's where that country is going, and we're not far behind because the jewelry store in North Carolina I mentioned had to apologize. Well, they didn't have to apologize. They chose to apologize.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
The billboard, perhaps you've seen this,
No.
Spicer Green Jewelers. Sometimes it's okay to throw rocks at girls, and they've got gems on the billboard.
Right, because it's a rock, not the basketball, but the rock meaning you're engaged. It's okay to throw the rock.
Yes, well...
make a commitment.
Chelsea Clinton, who is the last word on these matters, she tweeted in response to that billboard, talking about hitting girls is never funny, ever.
Oh, I mean, she has got to cool her heels. How could she interpret
Why
that?
does she have to wear heels? That is
Oh, see,
misogynistic.
not right.
Why can't she be in flats?
She should. Isn't
Why
she,
can't
she's
she
gotta
wear
relax.
comfortable shoes like Tony Preckwinkle?
It's a marketing technique. Stop it. Leave Grady alone. It's a
Yeah,
marketing
exactly.
technique, and and everybody knows you throw the rock. Everyone always says, "Hey, when's he gonna throw the rock?" Meaning, when's he gonna propose?
Yeah, and you're right now promoting violence against women.
Oh, just go grab her.
Yeah, although a lot of people think marriage is fun. So Spicer Green Jewelers responded to this.
Yeah.
To whom we have offended with our
Oh,
recent billboard, please accept our apologies. We do not condone violence of any kind toward any being. Any being? Yeah, exactly.
I'm the teacher in Charlie
It's the,
Brown.
it's the pro forma painful apology that they feel they've been forced to issue because, of course, they don't want their business negatively impacted by hysterics like Chelsea Clinton and all these other goofballs on Twitter and elsewhere. There was a response after this billboard created this controversy in quotations. And, there were these, kind of pea-hat posse feminists that have nothing better to do than go protest a jewelry store, so they just wanted them to go away, and they thought an apology would do it. So, I mean, and there you go in terms of, this is the thing, I talked about this a little bit yesterday. So here's the left's belief system. They can recreate the world through redefining vocabulary words. And if you take that approach, then in order to affect the brave new world that you want, you have to control what people think and say and hear and see. So, you think this is an overreaction, how silly, and you just dismiss it, whether it's the plate in Canada or the billboard in North Carolina. But there's something that is much more pernicious afoot. It's mostly playing out on college campuses. It has been. Yeah. Now it's spilling into the general population. And if you don't think that we could have a situation in America where free speech is abridged or criminalized, what people find offensive, much less free thought, then I don't think you're reading the tea leaves properly. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Marcus Chocolate in Palatine.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Gatto Industrial Platers, Inc. is the specialist in zinc and zinc nickel plating. Gatto is big, they're good, and they're easy to work with. Their high production rack plating line has up to a 15-foot capacity to handle any zinc plating requirement. Gatto's 210,000 square foot facility can process 300 tons per day and offers complete custom packaging with available pickup and delivery in the Chicago metro area by Gatto's own fleet of trucks. All of Gatto's products are inspected and certified to ensure that each customer is receiving the best and most cost-effective plating protection. Gatto is home to King Kong, the largest zinc plating line in North America that can zinc plate parts up to 27 feet long and weighing up to 8,000 pounds. For a quote and fast 24 to 48-hour service, call George Gatto Jr. or George Gatto Sr. at 1-800-290-1223. That's 1-800-290-1223. 1-800-290-1223.
Hey, spring is here, the birds, the bees, and seasonal allergies. And the last thing you need is a pillow you're allergic to. And yes, MyPillow is hypoallergenic. And a good night's sleep is so important to our health. And for April, you'll receive the 50% discount on a MyPillow 4-pack. 2 premium MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows. And with MyPillow, you can move the patented fill to give you the exact support you need regardless of sleep position. You'll get into deep sleep faster and stay there longer. No more waking up to a stiff neck or a headache. And our good friend Mike Lindell manufactures them in the good old US of A. You can wash and dry your MyPillows. And, of course, you'll get that 10-year warranty with a 60-day money-back guarantee. So get 50% off the 4-pack by calling 800-489-0201. Use the promo code Amy or visit mypillow.com. That's 800-489-0201. Promo code Amy.
AM 560. The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
We're going to hear the story of Morcus Chocolates and Palatine when we talk to its proprietor, and we'll also introduce you to some college football royalty in our presence. That's at 7:37.
Can't wait to find out what position. But first, let's get into our newsroom and say good morning to Dave Stewart, who's in for Mike Scott.
Thanks, Amy. Thanks, Dan. Good morning. 35 degrees in Chicago. It's 7:32 on AM 560, The Answer. We'll see fog this morning giving way to clouds later and a high of 50. President Trump's taking steps to start rolling back Obama-era regulations on the environment, including climate change.
The action I'm taking today will eliminate federal overreach, restore economic freedom, and allow our companies and our workers to thrive.
Before signing a sweeping executive order at the EPA, the president said the action will lead to energy independence in the U.S. Environmental groups, though, are planning a court challenge. Chicago aldermen will offer resolutions today opposing Trump's actions. The president's looking for bipartisan support on health care reform from the U.S. Senate. At a dinner with senators, Trump said he hopes Democrats and Republicans can work together on national health care because they both have the same goals of making the country better. A Republican panel shutting down a Democratic request to get the president's tax returns released. The House Ways and Means Committee voted along party lines yesterday to reject a plan to have 10 years of Trump's returns turned over to Congress. Mayor Emanuel says Chicago and other sanctuary cities are on firm legal ground to oppose the Justice Department if they try to financially punish them for not helping with deportation. Emanuel said the threat to take away money is hollow since the Justice Department itself is losing funds.
And I find it a little ironic. They said they're going to cut or withhold monies on public safety. Did you look at the president's budget he introduced? He actually cut the Justice Department. So this is kind of like, in my view, a bit of a joke in that sense.
Emanuel says Chicago will remain welcoming to immigrants. And in response to Governor Rauner's turnaround agenda, Democrat lawmakers today will unveil what they're calling the Illinois Comeback Agenda. Their 5-point plan focuses on the budget, campaign finance, criminal justice, education funding, and health. In sports, Blackhawks visit the Penguins tonight. Baseball yesterday, it was the Giants over the Cubs 10-7. Royals beat the Sox 7-4. News and service of Jewel Osco. Shop Jewel Osco for sweet savings on 6-ounce blackberries, just 77 cents each. USDA Choice Boneless New York Strip Steaks, any size package, just $5.99 a pound, limit 10 steaks. And 16-count White Castle burgers, only $7.99 each, limit 4. AM 560 News Time 7:34. Traffic in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas, best beans, best roast, best coffee.
When you think about spring, what comes to mind? Baseball, tulips, spring cleaning? How about cleaning up your home? Hi, Amy Jacobson here to tell you about our good friends at CertaPro Painters. Spring has arrived, and it's a great time to focus on your exterior painting. Don't deny how ugly it is. You know, the chipping, peeling eyesore of a front porch. So do what I did and call CertaPro Painters now. 1-800-GO-CERTA or visit CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. They really are the best in the business. They're clean, responsible, talented. They increased our property values. They're such a top-notch company. They've been around for 25 years and counting. So do what I did and experience the CertaPro difference. 1-800-GO-CERTA or CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. CertaPro Painters, we do painting, you do life.
The secret to how the rich keep getting richer is by passing down their wealth, generation to generation. If you do the same thing, you'll be leaving a legacy and be doing one of the most important things possible for the people you love. The ugly truth is, you don't have an estate plan. Everything you own, including your house, cars, investments, everything could be tied up in courts for a year or longer. It could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in probate and legal fees, even double government taxation. You can avoid this painful, costly mistake by contacting Tom Fortino of the Alpha Wealth Group. Tom hosts the Alpha Wealth Hour, heard Saturday mornings at 9 on AM 560, and has been a featured expert on Fox Business, Fortune, and Money Magazine. Right now, Alpha Wealth Group is offering you a free estate planning kit if you call 630-873-6326. That's 630-873-6326. 630-873-6326. Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, Inc.
At 7:36 from the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center, here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, David. Eastbound Reagan Tollway, it's stop and go from before 59 to past Naperville Road with a crash on the right side, partially blocking the right lane. The Edens is clear. Kennedy, looking at a travel time of 31 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 27. The Eisenhower, an hour and 2 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, outbound 33 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 9 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan is 31 minutes, 95 to downtown. Traffic is a service of CDC's Doing It HIV testing campaign. Everyone's doing it. Everyone is testing for HIV. Lead by example. Knowing your HIV status allows you to stay healthy. It's fast, free, and confidential. Make HIV testing a part of your routine. Traffic answers when you need them most. Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
And now your forecast, a service of aircomfort.com, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Fog lifting this morning, then mostly cloudy and breezy, a high of 50. Breezy tonight, periods of rain, low 39. Tomorrow, periods of rain, breezy continued, and a high of 46. Right now, 35 degrees at O'Hare. Next news, 8 o'clock. Continuous coverage of the latest news, traffic, and weather at 560theanswer.com. Now more of Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
Really like candy. We understand, Homer. After all, we are from the land of chocolate.
The land of chocolate.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're coming to you live from Morcus Chocolates in Palatine. It's part of our AM 560 Signature Bank business tour. And we're pleased to be joined now by Rhonda Morcus Dean. She is the owner of Morcus Chocolates. And she and her husband are also some of the most enlightened denizens of this fair state we call Illinois. Do you know how I know that, Amy?
How do you know that, Dan?
Because they hosted a reception for me when I ran for governor, my ill-fated run for governor back in 2010. So they were ahead of the learning curve.
Good. That's
and
great.
And I appreciate it, Rhonda Dean. So good to circle back with you.
Yes. Good morning.
At your successful business as opposed to my unsuccessful. So tell us the story of Morcus Chocolates.
Morcus Chocolates has been around since 1920. We actually started in the city in Chicago on 26th Street in Trumbull. So we are an authentic Chicago chocolate store. During the 60s, when crazy stuff was happening on the streets, we moved out to Palatine. So we've been in Palatine since 1967. And I have been running the business for a while, probably almost 30 years. And we have a lot of fun here.
Do you like it better, do you think, in the suburbs than in the city?
I didn't really know it in the city.
Yes.
But were you
67?
I'm
67.
All right, fine.
Oh my God.
but you sell more than chocolate. I mean, you've got a fascinating. I went back and by the donut maker, and I saw the chocolate maker, your Willy Wonka. And
Amy wanted to go back and see where everything was made.
Yeah, and it's fascinating. I mean, it does look
That's
like
where
the
she
set
belongs
of,
in the kitchen.
Stop it! It does look like the set of I Love Lucy.
Yeah,
that famous.
Yeah. That's
scene.
a pretty famous show. Yes, famous scene lives on.
I also like the fact that you've branded a lot of your chocolate products. You've got Blackhawks puck.
We do.
You've got some Cubs gear. And I was looking around the store, and I did not see any White Sox branded delectables, and I'm curious about that.
It's sold out.
Sold out, of course,
Yes.
because the White Sox are more popular
sure.
than the Cubs.
That's not a big seller here because I don't think you ever bothered selling any White Sox branded chocolate, right?
We always have a few of them too. We love all Chicago sports, and whatever anyone wants to buy, we are willing to sell.
No,
But you're selling Joe Madden's
Madden sunglasses. Yes.
Yeah. Do you ever sell any Harry Carey chocolate sunglasses or
Cubs
big
talk.
glasses? Oh, I know it's
So
insufferable.
dismal. Yes. So, by the way, I should also mention I teased it, so I should complete the tease with the reveal.
Yeah.
And the reveal is that we are in the presence of college football royalty today, and that cannot go
that?
unnoticed. We have Mary Latner, who is the daughter of 1953 Heisman Trophy winner, Notre Dame's very own Johnny Latner, is in the house today.
She's shaking her head.
Yeah, Maggie Latner and I have been friends for a long time. Went to high school together in Oak Park.
And many of the people that I spoke with who work here have been here for decades. I mean, Willy Wonka, Mr. Khan, he's the chocolate maker, don't you know? He's a candy maker. 26 years, so there's a lot to be said about loyalty. Why do they stick around?
I won't let them leave.
Oh, there you go. No, but I mean, what's it like to work here?
It's perfect. I mean, you want to work here?
Sure. Yes, she could use a little side hustle.
It's fun. I mean, the chocolate's a pretty positive industry. I'm honored that they stay that long. I really am.
And so, tell us kind of what's the clientele that your business serves. You have people coming in and getting coffee and a donut before they go to work or whatever, but you also have a lot more product lines, if you will.
We do. We are mainly a chocolate store with donuts. Chocolates is fun. We do such a variety of shapes and sizes. We do anatomically correct hearts, from that to the gift box of chocolates. We make everything from scratch. But then we also do the donuts, and the donuts is kind of fun because those people will hang around more, and we do become friends with our candy people, but the donut people, it's just a slightly different clientele.
Are hearts the only thing you make that is anatomically correct?
We do make spines. We do make ears. We do make. Hey, Amy, we make brains. Chocolate brains there. Dan, yes, Dan.
Good.
You can make me a brain and make Dan a heart, and we'd be perfect.
Yeah, exactly. That's
But
right.
Easter's coming up, and that's a big time of the year for you.
Easter's the most fun holiday. It's just colorful and pretty. And
I saw a
warm
4-foot tall chocolate bunny back there.
Yeah, we have. It's 3 feet, but
yeah.
Actually, on our website, I have a video of me making it. The
really?
3-foot bunny.
Oh, so you're a practitioner of the art as well.
Yeah, I do. I won't ask you to do anything I won't do, and I know how to do everything here. I just sometimes don't have to do it all anymore.
So how many people do you employ?
Almost 20.
And what's it like to
Probably
run
half full-time.
What's it like to run a small business in not the city, but Cook County?
In Cook County, well, that's all I know, but I do know my other candy makers around the country. They have a lot less costs. Property tax costs is huge. I almost paid $30,000 for this building.
Oh,
and that right. So it's a lot of candy to pay just for that, let alone then the pay for the employees and packaging and all that stuff. So, but I mean, it's all I know.
And you're offering I know it's spring break for a lot of kiddies out there and for their people, our listeners, grandchildren's, but you have this spring walk-in day, which is today, and then Easter candy camp. Tell us about that.
Well, we have an activity room where you can come and have fun with chocolate.
Can you have birthday parties here?
You can do birthday parties here. You can do birthday parties here.
75th birthday party.
That's coming up.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
Eventually.
You're April baby.
Yeah, it's coming up.
So there's a party room?
There's a party room, and every once in a while, and that's reserved. People will reserve it with a group of people. But so every once in a while, we open it up and do a walk-in day where you don't have to have a reservation. Just come in and make candy. And today it's from 1 to 4. So we try to do it around the times when the kids are off of school. But we've had all ages are welcome. So.
Do you have any wine tasting events at night?
We do have
for
wine
adults?
tasting events. Doesn't matter what time of day it is.
Exactly. I've been drinking since 7 o'clock because you have a nice glass of wine with chocolate.
Yes.
It's
perfect combination.
Yeah, it's like a Reese's peanut butter cup, but with alcohol.
So what's your favorite piece of chocolate? I mean, there's so many choices here. The almond clusters, the walnut clusters, it goes on and on.
It depends on the day of the week. Mm-hmm. I can just change it up as much as I want. I like the pure chocolate, just eating it, just munching on that.
And the future of Morcus Chocolates, franchises, selling out to Fannie Mae, going corporate. Where is your business going, do you think?
We do have another license agreement out in Huntley, so we do have another location.
Okay.
We're exploring other options, and we're not right at this moment, but it does take time.
And with the health craze that's going on, I mean, it's always something different. Chocolate's good for you, chocolate's bad for you. Right now, where does chocolate stand? Is it's good for the waistline we hear in the brain if you have it in the morning?
I've only heard the chocolate's good for you.
Yeah.
I've never heard the other side of it.
I've never heard, I don't think, in point of fact, I don't think you can eat enough chocolate.
Well, okay.
I think if you eat your body weight in chocolate every day, you'll live a long, healthy life.
And
that's what I understand.
And that's why I'm glad you have a radio program.
Exactly. That's what I understand. And again, I just wanted to point out, Johnny Latner's daughter is present here today. 1953 Heisman Trophy winner. That was back when Notre Dame was a Catholic school. That's how long ago that was. But Johnny Latner, he just passed away recently.
A year ago.
Yeah, but he lived in the Chicago area, right?
In Oak Park.
In Oak Park.
Melrose Park when Funny day.
Well, there's a big difference between Oak Park and Melrose Park.
I know. Sorry. Made a mistake.
You've insulted the denizens of Melrose Park by comparing it to Oak Park.
So sorry.
Yes, okay. All right, well, that's great. And you guys went to high school together.
We did.
That's so much fun.
Yes.
See how much fun you can have in a
grow
chocolate
up?
shop?
You grew up in Oak Park. You
Yeah.
went Oak Park River Forest?
I did. Yep.
Nice. Yes, all right,
Yeah,
sorry.
it was fun.
I wanted to know what division she was in, all right?
Yeah, she didn't go to, where did you go to?
Hersey High School. in
The
Arlington
school,
Heights.
Hersey's School for Wayward Girls.
Stop.
Yes, right, at Arlington Heights. Rhonda Morcus, as the name of the establishment so indicates. Rhonda Morcus Dean, the proprietor of Morcus Chocolate in Palatine. Thanks so much for hosting us this morning and opening your business and opening your wine bottles and your chocolates to us. It's been so much fun, and best of luck with the
Yeah,
business.
will you let Dan make candy in the back room?
No.
Yeah, exactly. Good policy. I mean, that's
And,
it's a health code violation.
Yeah. And thank you, Signature Bank, for sponsoring this. I really appreciate that.
Dan and
you guys,
Amy
too.
coming
Thank
to you live from Morcus Chocolate in Palatine.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Forecast for today. Fog this morning, as you can tell, but it will be lifting by this afternoon. We'll have breezy and cloudy conditions, a high of 50 degrees. And tonight, the rain rolls in once again. We'll have a low of 39, and tomorrow, periods of rain on and off throughout the day, a high of 46. Our best chance of seeing that sun will come on Saturday, so we have to be patient. Any patience on the roadways? Let's jump into our alarm detection systems. Traffic Center, here is Jim Telemonte.
Right now, Amy, you don't need too much. They've headed to Morcus Chocolates for some of that chocolate this morning. 53 right now has no delays at all. 355 also much lighter than usual. No significant slowdowns. It is slow on the eastbound Reagan Tollway from Eola to past Naperville Road, a longer stretch now. There's a crash on the right shoulder, but some debris is partially blocking the right lane. Northbound Tri-State, stop and go from the mile-long bridge to 47th and a little heavy approaching 290. The Edens is clear. Kennedy, slow starting out Irving Park, but just 30 minutes, so O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 27, the Eisenhower. 58 minutes, Thorndale to the post office. Outbound 34, Stevenson, an hour and 6 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 35 minutes, and the Rhine is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
847-926-0700. Calling this number can bring you thousands of extra dollars right to your wallet. It's the Art House Gallery, and it's back in Chicago. Do you have any jewelry, diamonds, gold, silver, or antiques? How about paintings, porcelain, or Fabergé? Maybe high-end pocket or wristwatches, Rolexes, Cartier, Tiffany, or Breitling? Well, if you do, then call the Art House Gallery now at 847-926-0700. Get cash for your valuables today. Meet in their office in Highland Park or in the privacy of your own home or bank. Now, the Art House Gallery makes it easy and convenient, professional and respectful. Your items and collectibles may be worth thousands in cash paid directly to you. So gather up your jewelry, diamonds, gold, antiques, paintings, high-end watches, and more, and call to schedule a meeting with the Art House Gallery. You'll be glad you did. So get cash for your valuables today. Call 847-926-0700. That's 847-926-0700 or online at chicagoarthousegallery.com.
Acme Home Insurance.
Yes, I'd like to make a claim.
What are you wanting to claim, sir?
My water heater broke down.
Sorry, but your homeowner's insurance doesn't cover water heater breakdowns.
So, what do you cover?
Home damage from things like earthquakes, volcanoes, a zombie apocalypse.
A zombie apocalypse? But that'll never happen.
But if it did, you'd be covered, sir.
But not my water heater?
I'm afraid not.
But his water heater could have been covered with a home warranty from American Home Shield, plus components of 20 other major home systems and appliances, like his electrical system, plumbing, refrigerator, and more. For valuable free information, call 1-800-300-2127. Home insurance can cover what might happen.
Zombies are coming!
But a home warranty helps cover what will happen.
Now the dryer won't work.
Life happens. Have a plan. Get a home warranty from American Home Shield. For valuable free information, call 1-800-300-2127. That's 1-800-300-2127. 1-800-300-2127.
How would you like to lose 10, 15, even 25 pounds in the next 30 days? Well, I'm about to tell you how you can do it for free right now. You've probably heard of Beachbody or seen their workout DVDs on TV like P90X, Insanity, and 21 Day Fix. Well, they just launched a beta trial of their new online video service called Beachbody On Demand, and they're inviting you to use it for free for 30 days. Now here's the catch. In return, all they want is for you to let them know what you think of their new on-demand service so they can make it the best fitness and weight loss site ever created. Just text the word STREAM to 303030 and you can do 30 days of P90X, Insanity, Brazil Butt Lift, or one of 500 other Beachbody workouts for free. And that means you can lose 10, 20, even 30 pounds without paying a dime. Just text STREAM to 303030. That's STREAM to 303030 to get started for free right now.
Message and data rates may apply. Membership fees apply after 30-day free trial. Cancel anytime.
This is Dan Proff with 60 Seconds of Sanity, sponsored by Upstream-Ideas.com. Despite what some conservatives claim, journalism is not only not dead, it's better than ever. The charge of fake news, whether from the left or the right, is the verbal equivalent of a white flag on the battlefield of ideas. The person leveling that charge is almost invariably saying that they cannot defend their underlying position on the merits, and thus are using this dismissive phrase to cover their retreat. In fact, news is more authentic than ever. But what about the open hostility and manifest bias of the DC Press Corps? Would you rather the hostility and bias that has pervaded the DC Press Corps for generations preceding Trump continue to be covered by a patina of false congeniality and ersatz objectivity? In a recent article in the New Republic, allegedly the Thinking Liberals outlet, Leah Finnegan calls on the media to be the true opposition party to POTUS. Schumer and Pelosi just aren't hardcore enough. To that, conservatives should say, thank you, Miss Finnegan. Conservatives have long understood the Beltway media to be the opposition party. The fact the New Republic and other leftist outlets are stripping away their pretense of neutrality is conceding conservatives' point. That's called victory, and there's nothing fake about it.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
I had a lot of credit card debt, and I couldn't pay my bills. I was feeling so bad. I got to a point where I needed some help. So I reached out and contacted Trinity.
If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-936-5348 to talk to a certified counselor.
They were able to take all of my different payments and put them all together.
Trinity will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands.
And they were actually able to work with my creditors. I've been able to pay off close to $15,000 in the last 18 months.
If your debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-936-5348.
My name is Stephanie, and I'm debt-free for keeps.
1-800-936-5348.
AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, before you read about it on Facebook or Twitter, or hear about it from your friends, find out what today's big stories really mean with me, Sean Hannity, today at 2, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy coming to you live from Morcus Chocolate and Palatine, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. And Amy, you know how the left likes to say about so-called assault rifles that, what do you need an assault rifle for in terms of home protection to defend yourself? I am the owner of an assault rifle.
Okay, good.
But that's not particularly germane to this conversation.
Well, do you feel you need it for protection? I mean, do you have death threats, or do
Yes.
you just want to protect
Yes, I
yourself
do.
in your home and make sure your butler's fine?
Yes, I like to
Yes.
walk around fully prepared for whatever may befall me, as did a young man in Oklahoma with an AR-15. Would-be burglars had a short exchange of words, I bet they did,
Yeah, sure.
with the 23-year-old son of a homeowner they had broken into before he shot them with said AR-15. He didn't name the intruder, said they were between 16 and 18 years old. The homeowner and his son were not hurt. The shooter has not been charged as he was acting in self-defense. The intruders came in wearing black clothes. They had a getaway driver out front. That woman who was the getaway driver has since been arrested.
Good.
Did you ever see Gran Torino with Clint Eastwood?
Yes. Oh, I love that movie.
Remember when he rolls up on these street thugs and says, you ever run into somebody that you wish you wouldn't have effed with? Yeah, that's me. And that's kind of what he... Or did you see the movie Don't Breathe? Where these
No.
kids, that's kind of closer. Where these kids break into this Iraq war veteran's house who's blind.
Yes, I did see.
Yeah.
Oh, that movie is scary.
That was
Intense.
a mistake.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
That was
you
a
messed
mistake.
with the wrong person.
Well, these individuals broke into this home in Oklahoma, broke through a glass door in the back of the house. They were armed, one with a knife, one with brass knuckles, but not with an AR-15. And I'll take the AR-15 in this confrontation, and I would be right to do so. People in the neighborhood had reported break-ins in recent months. Within the past 6 months, we've had 2 or 3 burglaries out here, said one neighbor. And so they had this exchange, and then they had a one-way exchange of gunfire, and then 3 people who broke in won't be breaking into anybody's house ever again.
They learned their lesson. He took the law into his own hands.
But
he had the right to do so, and God bless him for doing it.
It's called the Castle Doctrine, and it's called a rifle. And it turns out that in certain circumstances, it is actually quite ideal for home defense. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Morcus Chocolate in Palatine.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
We're at Morcus Chocolate in Palatine today, part of our AM 560's Signature Bank Business Tour that we're on all spring. Next week, we're going to be at Big Monster Toys. My first question will be, isn't Big Monster Toys redundant? And we'll see if we can get that company properly named. So we're continuing to hit the road, as I indicated, on the AM 560 Business Tour presented by Signature Bank. We're celebrating local businesses overcoming the odds and succeeding in Chicagoland in spite of the many challenges they face. We're making businesses great again, giving back to the business community by broadcasting our show from various locations throughout the region. Does your business have a great success story? If so, we want to hear about it. Go to 560theanswer.com/business. Fill out a brief form to tell us about how you and your business are beating the odds to serve your clients and community. We'll select several businesses as stops on our AM 560 Business Tour to broadcast from your location and share your success with our audience. 560theanswer.com/business and tell us your story. Again, go to 560theanswer.com/business. And we may be stopping at your location this spring on the AM 560 Business Tour presented by Signature Bank.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, Joseph Bass will be here. Trump dramatically changing his U.S. approach to climate change. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here's Dave Stewart in for Mike Scott.
Thank you, Amy. Among the stories we're watching today, 2 Chicago police officers and a teenager are hospitalized after a crash this morning. Mayor Emanuel will present his plans for a municipal ID card today. And the head of the police union says President Trump is pledging to have police officers back. So those stories and more after an update from Fox News on WIND Chicago. It's 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony.
There's no reason to pretend that this is a happy day.
That's the European Union president after he got what are essentially divorce papers from Britain starting the Brexit. Fox's Simon Owen live in London.
Dave, European Council President Donald Tusk saying there is nothing to win in this process, talking about damage control after Britain made Brexit official.
What can I add to this? We already an issue.
Tusk speaking after receiving a letter from British Prime Minister Theresa May, formally notifying him that the UK intends to leave, this following the Brexit referendum. Here in London, the Prime Minister talking up life outside the EU.
We are going to make our own decisions and our own laws. We are going to take control of the things that matter most to us.
May calling it an historic moment. Dave?
Simon, they're in mourning at the Weather Channel. 2 of the 3 storm chasers who died when chasing vehicles collided in Texas yesterday were contractors for the channel. A truck driver was killed in Oklahoma when strong wind upended his tractor trailer. President Trump is still angry at the press, tweeting a short time ago his administration's viciously and inaccurately covered by certain media, and he's likely including the Washington Post in that. Denying its report, former acting Attorney General Sally Yates is being blocked from testifying in the probe into Russian campaign interference. Fox's John Decker live at the White House.
White House spokesman Sean Spicer said that letters published by the Washington Post actually back up his assertions and added that the paper should be ashamed of its report.
But to suggest in any way, shape, or form that we stood in the way of that is 100% false.
Spicer said there was no pressure from the White House to cancel a hearing scheduled for yesterday by the House Intelligence Committee. He also said that the White House has no objection to Yates testifying about alleged ties between the Trump campaign and Russian officials. Dave?
And John, Bob Dylan will go to Sweden this weekend to pick up his Nobel Prize. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Good morning. It's 45 degrees in Chicago at 8:02 on AM 560 The Answer. I'm David Stewart. Look for fog this morning to lift and clouds come along later with a high of 50 degrees. 2 Chicago police officers and a 17-year-old boy are injured after a crash on the northwest side. Police say the boy was driving last night when he blew a stop sign, hit a squad car near Grand and Mango Avenues. The collision sent the police car into a commercial building. All 3 victims hospitalized in stable condition. Police are looking for a man who escaped from a hospital after a chase involving a stolen car in Aurora. Officers were chasing after Billy Cole Jr. Monday when he crashed into a traffic signal pole near Route 25 in Ashland. The suspect was arrested and taken to the hospital for observation in Aurora. He remained in custody until he ran off yesterday, and police are now looking for him again. Immigration activists are expressing fear after a man was shot by an immigration agent this week on the northwest side. Protesters held a rally yesterday outside the home on West Grand Avenue where the shooting happened early Monday. ICE agents were trying to arrest someone when a relative of the victim pointed a weapon at them, causing an agent to open fire. At today's Chicago City Council meeting, Mayor Emanuel will present his proposal for a municipal ID card for undocumented residents living in Chicago. Alderman will also consider an ordinance tweaking the surge pricing parking program around Wrigley Field to allow the city to charge the higher $4 an hour parking rate later into the night on the days of some Cub games and concerts. And the head of Chicago's police union says he and President Trump talked about violence in the city and what needs to be done. Dean Angelo yesterday said the president asked him what's going on in Chicago. Angelo says Trump promised to support officers 100%. The news and service of TrueCar. Using TrueCar, you can easily find the car that you want. TrueCar users save an average of more than $3,000 off MSRP. And when you're ready to buy a new or used car, visit TrueCar to enjoy a more confident car buying experience. Time now for the AM 560 Business Beat, sponsored by Turnkey.pro. And from the Fox Business Network, here's Jenny Cosola.
From the Fox Business Network, 4 Westinghouse Electric power plants in the U.S. are still not finished, and now the company has filed for bankruptcy reorganization. It has financing and plans to stay in business. Westinghouse Electric, now owned by Toshiba, is dealing with cost overruns at the Georgia and South Carolina plants. Dave & Buster's is predicting sales will increase, but at a weaker pace this year. The dining and entertainment chain's earnings were better than expected. Legging maker Puma is capitalizing on the United Airlines leggings ban for Buddy Pass passengers. Puma says bring in your United ticket to any U.S. Puma store between now and April 9th, and you'll receive 20% off your leggings. The Dow closed up 150 points yesterday. NASDAQ gained 34, and the S&P was up almost 17. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Ginny Cosola.
AM 560 News Time 8:05. Traffic in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Do you own or run a business in Illinois that succeeded in this challenging economic environment? If so, we want to hear about it. AM 560's Business Tour 2017, presented by Signature Bank, will be highlighting business success stories. Tell us your story and be a part of a live broadcast of Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy. Find out more and submit your information at 560theanswer.com/business. That's 560theanswer.com/business.
Hi, Auntie Christine. Thanks for
the Easter basket you sent me. It has all my favorite candies and a stuffed bunny rabbit.
Surprise the little ones in your life with personalized plush Easter baskets from Personal Creations. Each plush animal Easter basket comes filled with free candy and a free stuffed bunny, all for $19.99. Plus, you can have it personalized with any name for free. To get this special Easter deal, go to personalcreations.com. Click the orange star in the upper right corner and enter the secret code 4545. That's personalcreations.com, secret code 4545.
Men, if you're like me, you appreciate the feeling of a smooth, clean shave. But you're tired of paying $32 for new blades. Stop messing around with those generic razors and start shaving with Harry's for half the price. Harry's is so confident in the quality of their blades, they'll send you their most popular shave set, shaving cream, and post-shave balm for free when you cover shipping, a total value of $20. Just go to harrys.com now and enter code 0707 at checkout to redeem your shave set. That's harrys.com, code 0707.
At 8:07 from the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center, here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, David. Feels like spring break on the Edens. 19 minutes either way between Lake Cook and Montrose. And Mount Kennedy, slow Pulaski to the Burn Circle. 34 minutes O'Hare to downtown. 24 from Montrose, 20 in the Express. Outbound 29 to O'Hare. The Eisenhower, 58 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. 45 from Manhunt. Outbound just 32 to Thorndale. Inbound Stevenson, an hour and 5 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 5. Ryan, 29 minutes, 95th to downtown. Southbound Lakeshore Drive. Delays are from Lawrence to Michigan Avenue and 18th to the Stevenson. Northbound okay. Northbound Tri-State stop and go from the Mile Long Bridge to 47th and a bit heavy at 290. Reagan Tollway bottled up Farnsworth to past Naperville Road with a crash on the right side. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
More of Chicago's Morning Answer next, but now the forecast, a service of aircomfort.com, providing the right climate for business since 1935. And here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Dense fog for the morning, otherwise a mostly cloudy and breezy day, high of 50 for tonight. Breezy with periods of rain, low 39. Rain continuing tomorrow with a high 46. Then a bit of rain in the evening, otherwise an overcast night tomorrow night with a low 39. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Lakefront 36 degrees, 38 at Midway, 36 at O'Hare. Next, News 8:30. Continuous coverage of the latest news, traffic, and weather at 560theanswer.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Money Hour radio show, Saturday afternoons at 3 on AM 560, The Answer. Brought to you by Pearshell Financial Group.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're coming to you live from Morcus Chocolates in Palatine, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. And this is a banner day for us because we get to get out of the studio and come to a nice establishment and drink wine and have chocolate. And it's a banner day for Joe Bass, too, who's the president of the Heartland Institute, which is a longtime Chicago-based think tank with a national, international perspective on policy issues and free market solutions to policy challenges. Now moved out to Arlington Heights, actually, in terms of their headquarters.
Yeah, they're literally right around the corner.
And yeah,
you should stop by.
Yeah, well, maybe
but
I will.
Right.
Maybe if he has chocolate, I would. But here's the thing. He has been fighting the battle on energy independence and fighting the battle against junk science for many, many moons. So yesterday was an important victory for free market types like Joe Bass with the executive order President Trump signed on confiscatory environmental regulations designed to put industries out of business with one fell stroke of the pen. And in response to the hysterics that got beaten out of the brush with Trump's executive order, I got to read these tweets again. I read them earlier when we talked to Steve Moore, but I mean, just give you a sense of the people that think windmills constitute new technology and think that the debate is over when it comes to the science about the Earth's climate as well as about energy and energy independence and the production of energy. Michael Moore, yesterday, tweeting, historians in the near future will mark today, March 28, 2017, as the day the extinction of human life on Earth began. Thanks to Donald Trump.
Such hyperbole. Whew.
Van Jones, another measured response. Donald Trump just signed a death warrant for planet Earth.
Dun, dun, dun.
I mean, seriously. So to separate some of the overheated rhetoric, you want to talk about pollutants, from the actual science and the actual economics. We're pleased to be joined by Joe Bass, the president of the Heartland Institute. Joe, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, good morning. Thanks a lot for having me on.
Good morning. So the importance of the executive order President Trump issued yesterday in this larger debate, so both in terms of kind of political culture and understanding and discourse on these topics, as well as the actual economic impact.
Well, absolutely huge. It's just tremendous. I've been going around kind of walking on clouds ever since the press conference yesterday. This is a president who really gets it. I think he understands climate science way better than Barack Obama ever did, better than Van Jones and Samantha Bee and all of these people who suddenly think that Trump is an idiot on global warming because they've suddenly become scientists themselves. This order rolls back the Clean Power Plan. That's absolutely huge. It rolls back, I think, a total of 7 different executive orders that Obama issued on global warming. It begins the process of repealing unnecessary regulation on all fossil fuels, not just coal. And it refocuses EPA, as the president said during the signing ceremony, back on what it's supposed to be doing, which is protecting air and water quality. I think EPA stopped doing that about 20 years ago when that job was pretty much finished, and it's drifted off into esoteric areas like global warming. So this is just good news all around. It's good for science, it's good economics, it's good for the American worker, and it's good for American competitiveness going forward.
And they also scrapped regulations that would make it tougher to mine coal on federal lands. Is there any place in particular where they want to begin coal mining?
I don't know the answer to that, but you're right. It lifts the restriction that Obama placed just last year on new coal mining on federal lands. And that's big, too. It's not just coal, natural gas, and oil as well. The Obama administration tried to lock up as much property as it could. Just millions and millions of acres of land now is off limits to oil, gas, and coal, even exploration, much less actual development.
And if you think about it locally, I mean, just thinking about the state of Illinois and our coal deposits in southern Illinois, places like Franklin County, in rural areas or small town areas where people are over-reliant on government jobs, they want the prisons to come to their communities because they're so starved for economic opportunity. This unleashes a real economic boon to people in communities and regions like southern Illinois.
That's absolutely right, Dan. It's a big benefit for Illinois. And mining is a big deal in southern Illinois. Those of us up in the Northeast, we don't see that and don't feel it. But those were, tens of thousands of good jobs down there, and all of the related economic growth, the railroads and the processing and low-cost energy that makes other types of manufacturing possible, all of that is absolutely essential. So the problem we have in Illinois, of course, is our utilities, and Exelon in particular, which I think stopped caring about consumers probably 20 years ago and just wants to line its pockets.
And
has
been allowed to
subsidize renewables, and they really don't care what the rates are. They're not going to make an effort to get coal back into their portfolio. So unless the Illinois citizens get really upset and make a lot of noise about that, I don't think we are going to benefit as much as other states are from what President Trump is doing.
Well, and here's the thing, so the argument was advanced by President Obama when it comes to energy independence. I'm for all of the above. I'm for, the use of all of our resources to become energy independent, but he really wasn't. He was interested in picking winners and losers. He was interested in subsidizing very high-cost, low-output energy sources like windmills and switchgrass and the rest of it.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's not to say that people who are supportive of the rollback of these regulations, this is the left's argument too, in the pocket of big oil, in the pocket of big natural gas companies. What we're saying is, correct me if I'm wrong, is, look, a competitive marketplace for energy production and let whoever provides the most energy at the cheapest cost while protecting the environment. We're not suggesting anybody rape and pillage the environment. Those should be that should be the company or the sector that wins, and let everybody compete.
That's exactly right. That's right. Now, of course, the left tried to put a thumb on the scale by saying, well, you got to take into account carbon dioxide and global warming. So even though fossil fuels are cheaper and more reliable and now can be used with virtually zero emissions, they still want to penalize them and regulate them out of existence because they contribute to global warming. And I think what we know now over the last 4 or 5 years is all of that was, what they call a false flag campaign. I mean, this was propaganda at its worst type. The scientific community does not agree that there's a big human impact or that it's going to cause a catastrophe. You cannot point to a survey or a review of literature that comes to that conclusion. The scientific community is deeply divided. The best that we can say is there is a human impact. It's probably very small. It's probably impossible to predict what the climate's going to look like in 50 years, much less 100 or 200 years from now. So what we really need to do, and what I think Donald Trump understands perfectly, is we need to step away from this, stop funding political science, all of this advocacy stuff that comes out of EPA and the United Nations, and say, whoa, wait a minute, we're way ahead of the science here. Let's back away from it. Let's stop wasting hundreds of billions of dollars, and let's focus on making America great again. Jobs,
and to your point about the science, it turns out in terms of say we're probably not very good at predicting what the climate is going to be in 20 or 30 or 50 years. Well, that's been our experience with all of those organizations, NOAA and others, making predictions about what the climate would be 20 and 30 years ago today. They were wrong.
Exactly. When you make predictions, eventually people can call you on that. And they have now been making predictions for over 20 years on what the climate's going to look like. And their predictions and their models are way off, way off. They're more than twice what the actual warming has been. There's virtually no warming for the last 18 years. There's a great literature and big debates about that. But the bottom line is temperatures have not risen nearly as much as what the alarmists in this debate have claimed. And going forward, it's almost certain to be less than the 4, 5, 6 degrees that these guys have been talking about. If it's only 1 degree or 2 degrees 100 years from now, you will not notice that. Absolutely, you won't notice it. The science has gone decisively in our direction on this. There is no justification for imposing bans or taxes or restrictions on the use of fossil fuels. We ought to use it. It's our comparative advantage. We have more fossil fuels than any other country in the world. We're going to be a net energy exporter. It's going to create millions of jobs, billions of dollars in wealth. I mean, it is really a beautiful day in America when we finally get the jackboot government off of the neck of our energy sector. This is huge. Every day going forward.
So with this war on coal essentially over, what does it mean for those in the future of renewable energy jobs?
I think a lot of them are going to have to find a real job going forward. Wind, solar have a place in a portfolio of energy supplies, but it's a very small place. Obviously, solar doesn't work at night. Wind doesn't work when the wind isn't blowing. We don't have suitable technology for storing the energy, so we can't make energy during the day and then use it at night. Battery technology just isn't there. And even recent advances in battery technology bring us nowhere close to where we need to be to justify ramping up renewable energy. So when the subsidies end, and I think that's got to be one of the next steps of this administration, we got to stop the federal subsidies to renewables. You're going to see a lot of this stuff just shut down. There's evidence internationally that's already happening.
And to be clear, I mean, just for intellectual consistency purposes, you're not for subsidizing any sector in terms
Absolutely
of energy
right.
production, correct?
No subsidies for anybody. Nuclear, coal, wind power, nobody should be subsidized.
There you go. All right, he is Joe Bass, president of the Heartland Institute, does great work across a range of policy issues, including energy independence. Joe, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate it, too. We don't have chocolate here, but we do have lots of books. So if you guys want to come by to our office here in Arlington, just check us out. We would welcome your...
Get some. If you had more chocolate, people would come by to read the books. Thanks for joining us, Joe. Appreciate it.
All right.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
The fog is slowly lifting, which means we're going to have mostly cloudy skies today. It's going to be breezy, a high of 50 degrees. Tonight, some rain rolls into the area, and it's going to stick around on and off throughout the day tomorrow as well. So we have to be patient. We could see the sun and it's all its glory by Saturday if we're lucky. Now let's go into the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy and Dan. Gurney, northbound 41 is blocked at Stern School Road with a crash. Traffic is able to get by slowly on the right shoulder. The Edens is clear. Kennedy inbound, delays start at Pulaski. 34 minutes O'Hare to downtown, 24 from Montrose, 20 in the Express. Outbound 11 minutes to Montrose, 27 to the airport. About Eisenhower, jammed First Avenue to the Circle. An hour and 2 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 33 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 7 minutes, 3:55 to the Drive. It's fine outbound. Ryan, 27 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 20 minutes, I-80 to the Merge. Bishop Ford clear. Southbound Lakeshore Drive, delays are from Lawrence to Michigan Avenue. It's 27 minutes, Hollywood to Monroe, and also slow approaching the Stevenson. Reagan till a heavy Farnsworth, much of the way to past Naperville Road after a crash on the right side. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560 The Answer.
Can union dues be designated to a specific organization? This is Law and Justice with Jay Sekulow.
Could my union dues go to Jay Sekulow instead of to the union? And
well, you're allowed to designate your union dues to go to a nonprofit like the American Center for Law and Justice or another group if you're not happy with the way the dues or a portion of those dues are going forward. In other words, if they're being used to support organizations that you don't like or you disagree with, you have the right to basically direct those union dues. This is increasingly becoming an issue because many people that are members of unions are finding out that the unions are supporting causes, groups, organizations, and policies that they disagree with, so they want to designate those portions of the union dues elsewhere. And so, yes, you can designate that portion which you object to going to a particular group and send it to a group like the American Center for Law and Justice or another group.
To listen to Law and Justice or learn how to subscribe to one of our podcasts, visit us online at aclj.org. That's aclj.org.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I had gout in both my knees, and it's gone.
Well, I'm pretty stupid. I should have ordered it 15 years ago. It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life.
He had eczema on his hand, and it cracked for years. He did anything from doctor, every cream, everything. And 3 months on the veggies and fruit, it was gone.
They're just awesome. They keep asking me, what am I doing? I told them what I did with my cholesterol. I had the blood test, right? And it went down 100 points. 262, now it's 162. Everything is just perfect.
Balance of Nature is celebrating its 20th anniversary by providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
AM 560. The Answer. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560. The Answer.
Dan and Amy, we're coming to you live from Orchis Chocolate in Palatine, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
And we've had a lot of loyal listeners come on in today to visit.
We are at base camp here in Palatine.
Yeah, 1890 North Rand Road in Palatine, Illinois. Don't speed, obey the speed limit when you're going through Palatine.
Right, you got pulled over.
I did get pulled over
then
this morning.
Then you did your, crying routine and whatnot.
Officer, please, a damsel in distress routine and got out of it.
This interesting story. Morgan Park High School in Southside. Mm-hmm. They won the 3A basketball title. Beat Fenwick, and good for them.
Wow.
Fenwick.
It's an accomplishment.
Fenwick, kind of a poor man's Bennett Academy, if you're not familiar with Fenwick.
Oh, will you stop it? Wasn't Governor Quinn's brother, the head
Johnny
coach
Latner went to Fenwick. Heisman Trophy winner, 1953, Notre Dame. Johnny Latner's daughter is here at Morgan Chocolates. We are in the presence of college football royalty.
I wonder where the Heisman Trophy is.
If only I could have been a halfback like Johnny Latner. So here's the thing. So Morgan Park wins the state title. And then yesterday, Morgan Park's athletic director, Michael Berger, posted a plea on Twitter asking for monetary donations so we can make this state championship special for the team, claiming Morgan Park High School and that $7 billion criminal enterprise called the Chicago Public School System doesn't have the money to buy the kids $150 state championship rings from Jostens.
Really?
$150 each, $3,000 for 15 players on Morgan Park.
So did he start a GoFundMe page for these kids so that they can get their rings?
I don't know what he's done other than tweet, but here's the thing. Is that credible? Is it credible that Morgan Park High School and the Chicago Public School System doesn't have $3,000 to buy kids who made this great, accomplished this great thing, winning a state championship rings? Nonsense.
I'm not buying it. I mean, at the very least, they could have a bake sale and make them, or a car wash and make that money in one weekend.
Well, here's the thing. We at Chicago City Wire, my periodical, looked into this. So just give you a little bit of a order of magnitude on this.
Mm-hmm.
In the last fiscal year, Morgan Park High School detailed $844,459 in school-based spending on discretionary items, including everything from school supplies to a rim for its John Deere tractor.
Okay.
In addition to that, what did Morgan Park spend money that took precedence over spending on championship rings? In addition, $13,100 with Windy City Fieldhouse for a staff team building exercise.
Oh, my goodness.
$2,834 with GL trophies and gifts and trophies and ribbons for other Morgan Park athletes and teams. $1,870 with Blue Island Travel to send teachers on a trip to Denver. $711 to reimburse parking fees for staff, including its principal, who earns $146,000 a year. $521 in miscellaneous reimbursements to Green Power executive Michael Stuyvesant.
For doing what?
Including $96 for cab fare, don't know. $5,187 on food for teachers and staff, including with Clark Catering, Subway, Bona Connie's Pizza, Famous Dave's, Lenore's. Yeah, but why? What was all this like taxpayer funding of your lunch? What is that? Would taxpayer fund your salary? Does AM 560 spend money on our lunches? When I
but
go
sometimes
out,
we get a free lunch if we have, the quarterly meeting. The thing is, you get a free lunch.
Yeah.
You don't ever show up at them, so you don't know.
I've not heard
Nor
of this.
does Congressman Walsh ever show up at them.
I'm having a steak down at the Capitol Grill for lunch because I'm a refined gentleman.
Well, I'm not
But
offended by
nobody's
that.
picking
I'm
up
more
my
offended
tab.
by the Windy City Fieldhouse.
Well, all of this.
I mean, that is just, and then the trip to Denver.
Here's the point. This is the scam that's always run. I want the kids to get championship rings. They earned it. They deserve it. Should be great. That's a great thing to do. This crying poor all the time. You spend more per pupil in CPS, 15.2 rough numbers per kid, than just about every school district in Chicago Metro, with a few of the uber wealthy school districts as outliers. Certainly more than suburban school districts where I grew up that actually do a pretty good job of educating kids in Wheaton. Most of the suburban school districts. CPS teachers have the highest career earnings in the country, higher than New York, where the cost of living is significantly higher, for example. I mean, the $140,000 in, $2.1 million out for pensions, all of the largesse for the adults in the system, all of the perks and benefits that are financed by taxpayers, and this is just, scratching the surface at Morgan Park with respect to CPS generally. And then they do this cry poor routine. We can't scrape together $3,000 to buy the kids rings. We're down and out. It's a big lie. And I don't like people scamming the public. And that's what they're doing. They're no more, this scam is no more redeemable than the guy on the street corner running a 3-card Monte game on you, or the guy who's falsely begging for charity because he wants to get something to eat, but he's going to go buy
Something else.
Going to go buy moonshine or whatever.
Right. But did you reach out to the school for a comment?
No.
Well, yeah. That's part of journalism.
Why?
You got to ask.
What's
What's your response? Why do you need to set up?
Here's his comment. His comment is his tweet.
Yeah.
He tweeted this. He's soliciting funds for the 3,000.
That's
his
came
statement.
forward.
And so here's some context to his statement, so you know that they are choosing to prioritize the indulgences for the adults in the system over state championship rinks for the kids. That's the story of CPS. And I don't need him to come up with some bull jive cover story to provide additional misdirection in advance of his silly tweet.
I have an idea. Why don't you pony up the 3,000? You could be their hero.
Yeah,
Hand out the rings.
Well, I'll pony up the 3,000 as soon as they provide a detailed, itemized list of all their expenditures with explanation. How about that?
That sounds good.
How about a little transparency? Dan and Amy coming to you live from Morcus Chocolate in Palatine.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Bob Aument, a founding partner of the law firm of Dassman and Aument and longtime personal customer of Signature Bank. Our firm recently left one of the larger banks to bank with Signature Bank, and it's been a refreshing change. With Signature Bank, we've been able to tailor banking solutions that fit the specific needs of our firm. Beyond that, Signature Bank is responsive, efficient, and timely in meeting those needs. If I have a request, I pick up the phone and talk to Mick O'Rourke, not someone at a phone bank thousands of miles away. Dassman and Aument needed more than what the larger banks offer, and we found that with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, should Bill O'Reilly step down or get fired? We'll explain.
And Governor Honor has broke out the Carhartt wear for his new ad campaign to try and aid his flagging poll numbers. We'll have that at 8:48.
Get rid of the duct tape. But first, let's go into the newsroom. And here is Dave Stewart, who's in for Mike Scott.
Thanks, Amy. Thanks, Stan. Good morning. 36 degrees in Chicago at 8:33 on AM 560. The Answer. The fog's lifting. Then we'll see cloudy skies and a high of 50. Democrats continue to slam President Trump's moves on the environment. Rhode Island Senator Sheldon Whitehouse said powerful special interests are pulling the strings.
But the American people should know that this moment of national embarrassment is brought to you by the fossil fuel industry.
Environmental groups are planning a legal challenge. Britain formally beginning the process of leaving the European Union. A letter from Prime Minister Theresa May will be given to EU Council President Donald Tusk today. It marks the beginning of complex and potentially antagonistic negotiations. 3 storm chasers are dead after their vehicles collided when they were chasing a tornado in Texas. It happened yesterday afternoon in Dickens County, about 70 miles east of Lubbock. Chicago police say 4 people have been wounded in the past 24 hours. 3 of those shootings were on the west side, 1 on the south side. State Controller Susana Mendoza continues to blast Governor Honor over the state's finances. At a Chicago Senior Center apartment complex, she accused the governor of lying in a new campaign commercial about having a balanced budget. Mayor Emanuel is promising that new street lights being installed across the city will have multiple impacts. The new LED smart lights burn longer, cut energy use, and will automatically report when they're burned out. The 4-year installation is starting on the west and south sides, and the mayor says that will help security.
Having the new lights and the bright lights here will be help with the confidence and have public safety aspects that will go beyond saving money, saving time, and saving energy.
A Massachusetts-based company supplies the lights, but they will be assembled in Chicago. In sports, the Blackhawks visit the Penguins tonight in Pittsburgh. The news, a service of Dove Men Plus Care. Did you hear that 91% of guys that use Dove Men Plus Care antiperspirant recommended Dove Men Plus Care? User Rob said that it's like the Hoover Dam, but for his armpits. Well, if it can hold back that much sweat, Rob, it must be good. Pick up some new Dove Men Plus Care antiperspirant for yourself at your local retailer. AM 560 News Time, 8:35. Traffic in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Did you know that if you have mutual funds in your IRA, 401k, or investment accounts, that according to Forbes magazine, you could be paying as much as 3.17% in hidden fees every single year? 3.17% may not sound like much, but over 10 years, it's costing you 32%, whether your fund is up or down. Hi, it's Tom Fortino of the Alpha Wealth Group in Chicago and host of the Alpha Wealth Hour on AM 560. This is just one of the reasons I hate mutual funds, and you should too. You may not know this, but you have far more investment options today without the excessive fees. Learn what they are in my free report, The Truth Behind Mutual Funds. What you learn may shock you. To get your free report, The Truth Behind Mutual Funds, call 630-519-4742. There's no obligation. That's 630-519-4742.
Investment advisory services. Offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, Inc.
Revolutionary Arm & Hammer Slide Non-Stick Clumping Litter slides right out of the litter box with no scrubbing or scraping and provides the confidence of a 7-day odor-free home, guaranteed.
Are you behind in your mortgage, facing foreclosure, being given the runaround on a loan modification application by some bank or servicer? Well, you're not alone, but I may be able to help you. My name is Lou Bridges. I'm with the law firm of Lou Bridges & Associates. We've put together a team to help distressed homeowners like you. Give us a call. We give everyone who's eligible a free consultation. I guarantee you it will not be a sales pitch. We will give you our honest analysis, counsel, recommendations, and advice regarding your options.
We are experts in doing loan modifications successfully. We know the regs. We understand the process. Most importantly, we don't take no for an answer. We fight. We are prepared, and we win. We save houses. We make houses affordable. So if you want to keep your house affordable, contact us.
Go to bridgeslaw.net or call 224-513-1231. That's 224-513-1231.
Remember, people, never give up the land. Fight for truth and justice. You do that, and I guarantee you'll never be alone.
At 8:37 from the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center, here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, David. Kennedy inbound delay started at Addison, 41 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 27. The Edens is fine. The Eisenhower, an hour. Thorndale to downtown, outbound 39 minutes after a crash before First Avenue. Stevenson, an hour, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound it's delay-free. Ryan, 26 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State slow from the Heemsdale Oasis to 47th. And from the Reagan Tollway to the Eisenhower, the Reagan Tollway has cleared up and the other tollways are good. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Now your forecast, a service of aircomfort.com, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Fog lifting, then mostly cloudy and breezy today, high 50. Breezy tonight, periods of rain, low 39. Periods of rain again tomorrow with a high of 46. Right now it's 36 at O'Hare. Next news, 9 o'clock. Now more of Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the IRS Radio Hour with attorney Stephen Leahy every Sunday afternoon at 5 on AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, Joe Walsh here. The war on our cops continues. 2 more Florida cops shot in an ambush attack. I'll have all the details when Freedom returns at 5.
Dan and Amy coming to you live from Orchis Chocolate in Palatine, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. And a couple of controversies yesterday, manufactured by the left in one instance, self-inflicted wound in the other. Let's go to the manufactured one. This is this exchange at Sean Spicer's press conference, press briefing yesterday, with April Ryan, who's from the Urban Radio Network, right?
Yeah, and you may remember her because she's the one who President Trump called out and said, do you know members of the African American caucus, congressional members? And you remember he said, why don't you get a meeting together? And she said, I don't want to. I'm a reporter.
Yeah.
That's not my job. So many people became familiar with her because of that. But she has been a part of the D.C. press corps for decades.
And Spicer fielded a question from her on Russia, and he's getting tired of fielding the same questions and providing the same answers. So he got a little persnickety. This was the exchange where he started his response to her question on, does the administration need to revamp its image with this cloud of allegations of collusion.
You've
with
got
the
Russia.
Russians hanging
If the
over.
president puts Russian salad dressing on his salad tonight, somehow that's a Russian connection. But every single person, that's I appreciate your agenda here, but the reality is, hold on. No, at some point, report the facts. The facts are that every single person who has been briefed on this subject has come away with the same conclusion: Republican, Democrat. So I'm sorry that disgusts you. You're shaking your head. I appreciate it, but understand this: that at some point the facts are what they are.
So perhaps Spicer was a little unnecessarily overheated, but the comment about you're shaking your head, this drew ire from the likes of Hillary Clinton.
She came out of the woods?
Corrupt Hillary is back. She flew out to San Francisco to address members of the P-Hat posse out there. And she had this to say, because she's so in the news, about that exchange between Spicer and April
all
Ryan.
that's happened in the last few days to women who were simply doing their jobs. April Ryan, a respected journalist with unrivaled integrity, was doing her job just this afternoon in the White House press room when she was patronized and cut off trying to ask a question.
You know what's interesting is April Ryan is not a delicate little flower. She's a professional journalist.
No.
And the only person patronizing April Ryan
is Hillary Clinton.
Correct.
But they want to perpetuate the stereotype that Republicans don't respect women, especially African-American journalists.
Sean Spicer doesn't like anybody in the D.C. press corps.
No, he doesn't.
And
he doesn't like
them-
Jonathan Karl, who's white. Don't tell him.
And he doesn't like everybody equally. So, with some exceptions. But the point is that those tense exchanges between Spicer and members of the press corps have been, across network, transcend race and gender. And guess who understands that? Not Hillary Clinton, but April Ryan.
I understand what Sean is doing. Sean is being the White House correspondent. White House press secretary. Sean is being the White House press secretary, talking about and trying to make this administration look better than what it does right now. And unfortunately, I was roadkill today.
Yeah, I mean, where's Hillary Clinton when Glenn Thrush from the New York Times is being chastised, huh? Where is she when Jonathan Karl and Pete Williams?
Yeah,
and all of them
after all they did to support her, to openly support her candidacy, where is she rallying to their defenses? Yeah, that's a fair point.
But if they pinpoint an African-American female, then it's...
Right, because that's all they have. That's all sophists like Hillary Clinton have is gender identity demagoguery. Thankfully, April Ryan, enough of an adult and a professional, to end this controversy before it started so much. But then there's another one. There's the self-inflicted one, Amy.
Yeah, Fox host Bill O'Reilly, who was on Fox and Friends yesterday, and they asked him to respond to Democratic Congresswoman's recent speech against President Trump, and that's Maxine Waters.
No justice, no peace, Maxine.
Yeah, you know her, and I don't know if he was trying to be funny here.
Yeah, I didn't hear a word she said. I was looking at the James Brown wig. If we have a picture of James, it's the same.
It's the same one,
right?
No, and he's not using it
I
anymore.
gotta defend her on
You
that.
guys you're all wrong about
I have to defend her on that. You can't go after a woman's looks. I think she's very attractive.
But I didn't say she wasn't attractive. I love James Brown, but it's the same hair James Brown, or the Godfather of Soul, had.
So he had girl hair.
Whatever it is, I just couldn't get by. You're all wrong about Maxine Waters. Number one, she's a sincere individual. Whatever she says, she believes. She's not a phony. All right,
That's right,
and that's old school.
There's so much wrong with that exchange. It's difficult to know where to begin. But I'm dumber for having heard it. I know that.
Well, have you met Bill O'Reilly? I mean, he thinks very highly of himself, and I think that he was trying to be funny or the cool kid in the room. I don't know, but it did not. It failed on a number of levels.
Well, first by insulting James Brown.
Well, a lot of women wear wigs, and you know what? Someday, Bill O'Reilly, the hair's thinning on the top of his head, he might have to wear a toupee. So it'll happen to you, Bill.
Yeah, but let me ask you this question though: the woman that was speaking in that group there, I don't know who that was, but women's looks are off limits. Are they? Can you not comment on somebody's looks? And if you can comment on somebody's looks, is anybody off limits, particularly public figures? Or is it more to the point, my position, that politicians should always be held out as objects of ridicule? Nobody is off limits because we should remember that they are not our betters, and that also includes TV personalities or radio talk show hosts for that matter. We are not your betters. They are not your betters. We're just people in positions temporarily representing a point of view or representing your interests if you're a member of Congress. We're not royalty. We're not to be genuflected before. I think a little bit of humor, even pointed humor, even making fun of people in this era of everything is bullying, is appropriate because it keeps your perspective where it belongs, which is Maxine Waters or any other member of Congress. They're no better than me. They're just some temporary political hack in a sinecure because of a particular district and particular timing they had.
Well, Bill O'Reilly.
And by the way, Maxine Waters thinks that Russia invaded Korea.
Right.
So, not Crimea. Yeah. So, I mean, not only is she not our better, she's our worse intellectually.
We make fun of people. I mean, I always call you morbidly obese. And
I call myself morbidly obese. And you know why? Because I am.
But not after eating all this chocolate
I'm
here.
Slimming today.
Chocolate.
Yeah.
But Bill O'Reilly did apologize. He said, as I have said many times, I respect Congresswoman Maxine Waters for being sincere in her beliefs. I said that again today on Fox and Friends, calling her old school. Unfortunately, I also made a jest about her hair, which was dumb, and I apologize.
Well, it's dumb because there's so much about what Maxine Waters says and does that is much more, much more fertile ground for review, to say the least.
Rather than what's on top.
I mean, she is no justice, no peace, Maxine. That is someone sworn to uphold the Constitution. That is her philosophy on the rule of law in a free society. In addition to the Crimea mistakes, and she was ready to impeach Donald Trump right after he took the oath of office, and so on and so forth. She's a hysterical leftist. This is the exchange I had with Sean Hannity at our event last week. It's like all this, these congressmen, these journalists, they're going after Trump, and they present a threat. Maxine Waters, she is not going to lead the resistance anywhere other than maybe to Hillary Clinton's speech in San Francisco. This is not somebody that has the capacity, the intellect to do any harm to anybody. She should be reserved to be an object of ridicule from time to time for her pronouncements on international matters, geopolitical matters, and otherwise that we move on and then we have our little fun with Maxine and then we have the adult talk. Okay. Then it's time for the adults to talk. What about that? Bill O'Reilly I'm not a particular fan of Bill O'Reilly either. So, this whole kind of controversy, it's like...
I don't know if it came out of anybody else's mouth, but it came out of his mouth, and that's what rubbed me the wrong way.
Yeah. And please don't bring up Bill O'Reilly's past settlements with respect to
your
allegations of sexual harassment. I need more of your naughty talk. Sean in Elmwood Park, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Bill O'Reilly is now and always has been a walking punchline who should stay on script. He's not only the reason lap dances are $30 a song, he's a single-handed pension fund for interns at Fox News with cleavage. It's disgraceful. But I want to ask you something, Prof. I didn't like Josh Earnest.
Prof.
You remember that buffoon?
Yeah,
remember Obama's buffoon and his condescension answers?
Yes.
What is the job of Sean Spicer? What exactly is he supposed to do?
To
field questions.
He's supposed to answer any question given about the presidency. And he gets up there with the same look on his face Melania has on Saturday nights, and he's irritated with everything. You do your job, dummy, and when someone asks you a question, you say yes or no, and you give a little dissertation. I'm getting
Sean,
sick of the
do you find it ironic that you're instructing the White House press secretary on his temperament and mannerisms?
He works for me. I'm the boss. I say jump, Spicer. You say how high. Was it good enough? You don't give me an attitude, or I'll bang your head off that little thing you stand in front of until I like your answer. That's how this politicians work. They're not
Sean from Elmwood Park doing his impersonation of Melissa McCarthy.
We appreciate it.
Sean Spicer, thanks for the call, Sean. Ralph in Rantoul, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. I can't remember when the last time it was that Hillary had a bona fide press conference that was legitimate and not orchestrated as tightly as like a Bugsby Berkeley swim thing. And furthermore, I'd like to know, talking about female politicians' looks are off limits. Give me a break. I'm still wanting to know how they hide the little tie-offs and the loops on Hillary's pants that she wears so she doesn't float away like some sort of Macy's balloon or get buffeted in the high wind. She's a hideous woman who's got a really, really giant butt, and I'm tired of it.
Oh,
Okay,
wow. Thanks for the call, Ralph. Well, here's the thing. Now,
Let's see your behind.
Now, here's the thing. I've been told that, Ralph, from
Why
my
it is
tools.
the state of Texas?
No, it's very...
larger than an 18-wheeler?
It's very fetching, I've been
Oh,
told.
okay.
That's the word
High
on the
and
street.
tight. Good for him.
Here's the thing, though. What about the left? What about when Jon Stewart on The Daily Show famously put up a picture of Hillary Clinton with that garish smile that she's got, where she looks like she's about to devour a chihuahua, and said, this is Jon Stewart, liberal icon, said that picture, and his one statement was, where boners go to die. That's what he said. So what about that? Is that okay? Because it's Jon Stewart saying it? Dan and Amy coming to you live from Morgan's Chocolate in Palatine.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If you're considering buying or selling your home, stop. Before you make another move, call me, Gary Hall of RE/MAX Central. I put my own skin in the game for you unlike any other agent. If you're buying a home, I will pay up to $700 for a general home inspection. If you're selling your home, I will pay for your consultation with a nationally recognized stager, professional photography, and a virtual tour to market your home in the best way possible. I am a longtime listener and supporter of AM 560. I rank among the top RE/MAX agents in Chicagoland. My willingness to invest so much in my clients is just one of the reasons why I am a member of the RE/MAX 100% Club with 11 years experience. I am supported by a fully staffed office 7 days a week and by the global leader RE/MAX. Call me, Gary Hall, at 847-651-1993. That's 847-651-1993.
Each RE/MAX office is independently owned and operated.
You're probably not thinking about where you'll be sending your son or daughter to school next fall. In fact, most parents are still worried about spring break. But now is the best time to think about where you'll be sending your son and daughter off to school this fall. It's a big decision, and many of you may have felt like private school simply was not an option because of money. Well, we want you to think again, and we want to tell you about halfpriceschools.com. At halfpriceschools.com, you can find local private schools from all over the Chicagoland area that are offering a full year of tuition at, you guessed it, half the price with no catch. Find a school near you, purchase a tuition voucher, and prepare to send your child off to school this fall. It's really that simple. HalfPriceSchools.com has schools located all across the Chicagoland area, including Bensonville, Waukegan, South Holland, Chicago, Arlington Heights, just to name a few. So make private schools affordable for your family for the first time this year. And these vouchers sell out every year, so do not wait. Visit HalfPriceSchools.com. That's HalfPriceSchools.com.
You need to switch your cell phone service to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile was founded to support conservative causes while providing the same great nationwide cell phone coverage that you're already used to enjoying. Patriot Mobile allows you to donate up to 5% of your monthly bill to the conservative organization of your choice at no extra cost to you. Do what I'm doing. Do like me. Switch to Patriot Mobile and support the conservative agenda. Switch today and get a free iPhone with a $50 unlimited talk, text, and data plan, or a free Galaxy phone with a $45 unlimited talk, text, and data plan. They will also buy out your current contract up to $500 per line. There's no catch. Call 800-A-PATRIOT, and Patriot Mobile will even waive your activation fee with promo code Joe. Or go to patriotmobile.com/Joe.
If I only had more leads, if I only had more prospects to sell to. Sound familiar? The Sales Prospecting Group is ready to help you take your business to the next level. The Sales Prospecting Group is a local Chicagoland company that has helped hundreds of companies nationwide to secure new business by getting them in the door. The Sales Prospecting Group will get you appointments with qualified prospects to help you grow your business. They don't use contract labor or offshore callers. Their in-house staff of business account executives are highly trained, professional, and effective. The Sales Prospecting Group will build a custom campaign specifically for your business. They know how to navigate complex corporate hierarchies to get to the right people and get you connected with them. The Sales Prospecting Group specializes exclusively on B2B sales. Call the Sales Prospecting Group now to learn how they could help your business grow in 2017. 630-701-9052. 630-701-9052. The Sales Prospecting Group. It's time to grow.
You own or run a business. This is a conversation about one of those gotta-haves, fire and safety equipment. I know it's easy to set it and kind of forget it, except for the mandatory inspections, but think about faulty or ineffective fire and safety equipment. When something bad happens, the business stops. That's never a good thing, and something to avoid. Illinois Fire and Safety is offering you a free audit. Illinois Fire and Safety. If you have the right stuff, you can sleep well. If you don't, they can show you how to change that. It's a simple fact. Fire and Safety is their only business, and their guys are the best. They're trained well, and they think like you. From a single unit to a huge manufacturing facility, Illinois Fire and Safety can handle it. Do an audit. Fire and Safety is really something you don't want to roll the dice with. Illinois Fire and Safety, a company that shares the same values as you do. Let's do that fire and safety audit. 630-629-2413. I know it's sometimes hard to write down numbers, so here's where you can get it. IllinoisFire.com.
Fruits and vegetables are one of the very best, if not the best way to help protect your body from many of the lifestyle diseases plaguing our nation. Eating over 10 servings of fruits and vegetables daily will help build your immune system to over 720% and is the single most important thing you can do for your health, along with diet and exercise. Why are fruits and vegetables such a powerful health consideration? Because they contain tens of thousands of phytonutrients prepared especially by Mother Nature to nourish our body on a cellular level. Dr. Howard successfully formulated and perfected a mix of 31 different fruits and vegetables and scientifically removed the water and air through a proprietary cold vacuum system, reducing them into a super powder which maintains 99.9% of its nutrient value, then packaging them into vegetarian capsules ready for consumption. Here's Dr. Howard.
What does good nutrition not benefit? Can you name anything that good nutrition will not help? It's not a cure-all. The scope of what it can help is so wide because our bodies are really fabulous, amazing chemical laboratories. Everything that functions in your system is a chemical response. Keeping that chemistry in balance and keeping the cells communicating with each other the very best possible way is absolutely the best way to reduce your risk of disease and also help your body help itself even fighting most of these diseases.
Balance of Nature is celebrating its 20th anniversary by providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
Life should be an adventure, and so should your health. It's another can't-miss Health Quest radio show this Saturday morning. Dr. David Kolbaba.
I'm the host of Chicagoland's longest-running health news and science show. As a primary natural healthcare practitioner, I've been helping people just like you reach a higher place of health and longevity, utilizing more natural strategies as I believe our Creator meant it to be.
Create your adventure in health. Tune into Health Quest Radio every Saturday morning at 11 on AM 560. The Answer. AM 560. The Answer.
Thanks so much to everyone here at Morcus Chocolates. Give yourselves a round of applause. And to everyone who came in to visit, we really, really appreciate it. Dan, any final words?
No, it was just fun. Thanks for the chocolate and the wine. And I note again, per the owner, that all of the White Sox branded chocolate products have sold out, and there's still a lot of Cubs branded chocolate products.
We'll see you back tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. Now here is Dave Stewart, who's in for Mike Scott.
Thanks, Amy. Thanks, Dan. It's 36 degrees in Chicago, and among the local stories we're watching, a story about the mayor unveiling his plans for a municipal ID card today for undocumented aliens. And Senate Democrats are fighting Governor Rauner over outsourcing. We'll have those stories and more after an update from Fox News. On WIND Chicago, it's 9 o'clock. The fog gives way to clouds.